Chapter 1637. Her facial features vaguely had the charm of Xia Jingyu, especially that pair of bright eyes. Apart from being innocent and pure, they were exactly the same as Xia Jingyu's. How did this happen? Su Yu's mind went blank. Based on Su Yu's experience in resurrecting others, he had always been resurrected until the moment before his death. Only Xia Jingyu looked the same as when she was 10 years old. 10 years old. When he was 10 years old, he had never met Xia Jingyu. Both of their lives did not have each other. "Uncle, who are you?" Xia Jingyu's small and weak body shivered in the cold wind. Her pure and bright eyes looked at Su Yu with fear and curiosity. "Uncle?" Su Yu felt as if something had been broken. It rolled across his cheeks and turned into a desolate smile. His lover under the pear blossoms under the moonlight, the tearful farewell at Shinua Island, the vow to see the world on his behalf, one scene after another, like mottled leaves shredded by the autumn wind, fluttering and falling into the frosty morning. A great sorrow lingered in his heart. White clouds drifted leisurely and time and space were quiet. The world was vast, but Su Yu seemed to be the only one left, walking alone in the lost wilderness. "Jingyu," Su Yu muttered as he took out a black book. The 4 words starry sky, heavenly tone were worn away by time. His fingers gently brushed past it. He was clearly touching the thing he loved the most, but every inch he touched felt like he was being cut by a knife. The pain spread to the deepest part of his soul. The black book opened on its own. A fluorescent light shot out from the book and interweaved in the void to form a scroll, moving like a projection. In the picture was Xia Jingyu, her beautiful figure. The projection continued, replaying every detail of Xia Jingyu's life. Every place she walked, every object she saw, was recorded in detail. Picturesque mountains and rivers, bustling with people, all kinds of martial arts, all kinds of strange people, from the Azure Sea to the Empire of Darkness branch, from the branch to the headquarters for the Great Sage Examination, from carrying out many missions to reading all kinds of martial arts in the world. She recorded everything she saw in the starry sky, heavenly tone without missing a single detail. It was as if she was reading the world for someone else. That was the promise she had made to Su Yu. She replaced Su Yu's eyes to see the prosperity of the Jinlong continent. She never forgot her promise. She used the starry sky, heavenly tone to engrave the world she saw. The scene continued until the end, when Xia Jingyu held the heavenly book in her hands and sat alone on the stairs, staring blankly into the distance. Xia Jingyu wore a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, and it seemed like she was able to see Su Yu's current state through the scene. She looked at Su Yu's eyes, which were filled with tenderness, and said, "Brother Su Yu, when you see this, I won't be here any more. I don't know how long I accompanied Brother Su Yu before I left, and I don't know whether I was happy when I left. It's a pity that I can't see the future, and I can only hope that I left in Brother Su Yu's arms." At this point, Xia Jingyu's snow-white face blushed. She was delicate and beautiful, like a red lotus in the wind. Xia Jingyu bit her rosy lips, then gathered her courage and shyly looked into Su Yu's eyes. "Brother Su Yu, I don't know whether I told you about my feelings for you before I left. Actually, I like you and I have always liked you. My words must have scared Brother Su Yu, right?" Xia Jingyu's face was filled with regret. "Am I being too selfish? I clearly know that Brother Su Yu has Xian, yet I still troubled him." After she thought about it for a moment, Xia Jingyu shook her head and forced a smile. "Anyway, I'm already gone, so you don't need to worry about it." Her smile was filled with loneliness. "Okay, Brother Su Yu, goodbye. These might be my last words to you. If you know that I'm dead, don't be sad. My world has been wonderful because of you, and I'm satisfied with it. I don't have any regrets." Xia Jingyu stood up with a smile in her bright eyes, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. "Finally, I wish that you and Xian will grow old together, and forgive me for not being able to attend your wedding. Goodbye, my most beloved brother Suyu. As the last wisp of her voice faded away, the starry sky heavenly book's light dimmed, and it closed by itself. It then floated into Suyu's palm. Her words were still ringing in his ears, as they were the contents of the starry sky heavenly book before Xia Jingyu's death, when the Jinlong continent had been destroyed. They were also the last words that Suyu would ever hear from Xia Jingyu. Who would have thought that things would change with the passage of time? His last words would become the ending song between them. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Suyu's cheeks. Everything had come to an end. He hadn't had the time to respond to her confession, hadn't had the time to give her the future she deserved, and hadn't had the time to tell her that his world had also been wonderful because of her. He still owed her a thank you, but there were no buts. Suyu lowered his head, and all his hopes were dashed. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. To Suyu, this was the most vivid description. The world was silent, and time was silent. Suyu fell into a boundless loneliness. "Uncle." The 10-year-old girl walked over and stretched out her slender fingers to wipe away the tears on Suyu's cheeks. Suyu raised his head, and the girl's figure was reflected in his dim pupils. A wisp of killing intent and a wisp of crazy thoughts were growing in his heart. If he killed her and tried to revive her again, would it bring Xia Jingyu back to life? The girl shivered in fear, and her bright eyes were filled with tears. She shivered as she asked, "Uncle, do you want to kill me?" Suyu was indifferent, and the coldness in his eyes became deeper and deeper. The girl shivered, but she bit her lips and didn't flinch. She cried, "I don't know why Uncle wants to kill me, but I'm willing to let you kill me. It's as if I've already prepared to die for you, like a fallen leaf, and willingly enter the raging fire." Boom! Thousands of thunders exploded in Suyu's mind. The twisted killing intent in his heart receded like a tide. His dim eyes focused again, and he fixed his gaze on the girl in front of him. "You said you're willing to die for me?" Suyu looked at her, and his chest was beating rapidly. At this moment, Suyu felt like he was facing Xia Jingyu as he faced the 10-year-old girl. The girl replied in a daze, yes. She stared at Suyu's face, stretched out her tender little hand, and wiped away the tears on Suyu's cheeks. She said softly, "I don't know why, but it seems like we've met before." It was vaguely under a pear blossom moon. "Uncle, have we really met before?" Suyu's heart was in turmoil. No, the girl in front of him wasn't the 10-year-old Xia Jingyu. At that time, Xia Jingyu didn't know the pear blossom moon. "Don't move." Suyu seemed to have grasped the last ray of hope. He operated the path of destiny and glanced at the girl's body again. Finally, he fixed his gaze on her forehead. For traces, which were invisible to the naked eye, came into view. Those were the traces left behind by the destiny. The 4 destinies that hindered her resurrection were indeed cut off, but the traces they left behind were still there. It was these 4 traces that hindered Xia Jingyu's resurrection. Xia Jingyu's body and soul were only partially restored. According to common sense, when it came to resurrection, either the resurrection failed or the resurrection succeeded. However, Xia Jingyu was extremely special. She should have failed her resurrection and turned into a fluorescent life force that dissipated. Instead, she miraculously became a semi-successful product, the 10-year-old Xia Jingyu. Her body and soul were only partially restored. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. Everything is reincarnation. After mastering the path of destiny, Suyu had some superficial understanding of destiny. Whoever started the trouble must untie it. The 4 traces of destiny were left by the Tribulation Fairy, and they were also left by the Tribulation Fairy, Suyu said. After resolving the 4 traces of destiny, Xia Jingyu would recover on her own. The method was to find the Tribulation Fairy and kill him. He would kill whoever caused the calamity. Suyu's eyes were fixed on the extreme north, and he said coldly, Tribulation Fairy. It's time to settle the score with you. Uncle, just do it. The little girl closed her eyes and said bravely. She seemed to be fearless, but her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her little hands were clenched tightly, showing the panic and fear in her heart. Su Yu was apologetic. He was ashamed of his twisted killing intent just now. He had always adhered to his principles and would never kill the innocent, but just now, gently touching her head, Su Yu squatted down and said softly, "I'm sorry for letting you see my ugly side. Can you forgive me?" The little girl opened her eyes and asked curiously, "You won't kill me?" Su Yu nodded. The little girl immediately hid her worry and smiled faintly. Then, she used her right index finger to play with her long black hair. Her subtle movement warmed Su Yu's heart even more. Using her index finger to play with her hair was Xia Jingyu's habit. "Are you willing to go with me?" Su Yu asked. The little girl nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I am. Aren't you afraid of me?" Su Yu asked again. The little girl shook her head. "I'm not afraid. I believe whatever you say. It's her." Su Yu's heart warmed even more. Holding her little hand, he strode towards the north. Their little conversation echoed in the sky. "Do you remember what your name is?" "Yes, Xia Jingyu." "Wrong, it's Little Jingyu." "Oh, then my name is Little Jingyu." 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Little Jingyu looked at the huge island below curiously. A stone sword that pierced through the sky stood majestically in the center of the island. "Uncle, why did you bring me here?" she asked. Su Yu said, "Before I leave, I have to deal with some people and some matters." He took a step forward, and the shadow of the chain of law flashed by. In the sword pavilion, 2 of the 10 peaks were already stained with blood. It was bloody and glaring. The peaks had collapsed. It was obvious that they had been killed by some kind of powerful force. All the people on the peaks, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, had been slaughtered. "Star Cabinet Master, don't you dare go too far!" Jian Ruxiong's angry roar came from a splendid sword-shaped palace surrounded by the 10 peaks. Opposite him was Mu Songhai, who was sitting calmly. Wisps of fierce divine energy remained on his fingertips. Mu Songhai said indifferently, "The 3-day period has passed. According to my warning, if Shui Yu is not found, I will slaughter the whole sword pavilion. Now I have changed it to a day and slaughtered a peak. I am already being exceptionally merciful to you." Jian Ruxiong was filled with grief and anger, including the 8 peak masters who had been killed before. 3 peak masters had been killed. Ever since the sword pavilion was founded, it had never suffered such a loss. Chapter 1638. You didn't. Mu Songhai shook his head, not feeling that he had gone too far. As for the members of the sword pavilion who were implicated and killed, he did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for them. The notorious reputation of the Sword Tower was not only because of the evil deeds of the Peak Lords, but also because the disciples were mostly people who had killed countless people. Mu Songhai showed no mercy in killing them. Jian Ruxiong was speechless. He thought that he could retrieve the royal scepter, dragon, sovereign sword, and that he no longer had to fear the Star Pavilion. That was why he was so daring. Who would have thought that things would turn out contrary to his wishes, and he would end up in such a passive position? But Shui Yu's whereabouts are unknown. It's impossible to find him. Jian Ruxiong was extremely regretful. If he had known that Su Yu was so difficult to deal with, why would he have acted with such great fanfare? Are you trying to say that Shui Yu's whereabouts are unknown, and it has nothing to do with you? Mu Songhai's expression gradually turned cold. Jian Ruxiong clenched his fists and said hatefully, "Is his life worth the lives of tens of thousands of our disciples? Star Pavilion Master, don't push us too far." Mu Songhai's eyes were slightly cold. An incomparably tyrannical aura gushed out and swept the surroundings. He coldly said, The one who forced our Star Pavilion into a corner is you. Do you know what kind of order the headquarters of the Star Pavilion has given? Thump! Jian Ruxiong had an extremely bad premonition. He was originally puzzled. Mu Songhai should have been busy with something very important, and it was impossible for him to leave. So why did he personally leave? There really was a hidden story behind this. Mu Songhai took out a bone-chilling, ancient, profound ice stone. Mystic ice was not rare. At the very least, it was extremely common in the Sea of Constellations. However, the profound ice stone was an ancient divine stone that could only be condensed from profound ice after billions of years. Its preciousness was not inferior to an emperor-level divine weapon. However, Mu Songhai casually shot out one. As the Star Pavilion Master, it was not strange for him to have profound ice stones. However, what if that mysterious ice rock was only an invitation? Jian Ruxiong looked at the item, and his angry face was replaced by respect. An invitation letter from the snow sea of the northern region. Is it the invitation letter from the ancient dream altar? His eyes were burning with desire, greed, and regret. The ancient dream altar was located in the ancient spiritual grounds of the Snow Dragon Sovereign, one of the 3 great sovereigns of the Sea of Constellations. It was rumored that the altar was left behind by an ancient Tao master. The altar was filled with Daylord's miracles. Comprehending for a day here was better than 1,000 years in the outside world. Back then, the Snow Dragon Sovereign was just an ordinary overlord-level powerhouse. There were many more talented individuals in the Sea of Constellations than him. However, he was the only one who had broken through to the martial emperor realm because of the ancient dream altar. He was chased by someone and fell into a desperate situation, accidentally falling off the altar. After comprehending for 300 years, he came out of seclusion. His body was filled with the desolate power of an emperor, shocking the heroes of the world. The enemies that chased after him in the past had been cleanly slaughtered by the Snow Dragon Emperor, not a single one remaining. Not only that, but he had also broken the Sea of Constellations' subjugation crusade between the 2 great sovereigns, becoming the 3rd sovereign on par with them. Since then, the ancient dream altar had become a holy land that countless people yearned for. Even the other 2 emperors had the intention to explore this place. Unfortunately, the Snow Dragon Emperor had used his unique power to seal this place. Unless he opened it, no one could enter. Only in this way could he sever the delusions of the heroes of the world. But what was strange was that the Snow Dragon Emperor did not completely block off the path. Instead, he promised to open it once every 300 years. As long as one was invited, they were qualified. Every 300 years, those who were qualified would receive an invitation to the ancient dream altar. The Star Pavilion was undoubtedly the most qualified one, and the seemingly powerful Jianxian had no value in the eyes of the Snow Dragon Emperor. Naturally, there was no point in inviting him. The Star Pavilion headquarters received 10 invitations. My Jianxian Sea Region's Star Pavilion branch is relatively weak among the many branches. Originally, we were not qualified. Mu Songhai's killing intent became colder, but after the headquarters received the information of Master Shui, they made an exception and gave me an invitation. Jian Ruxiong, why don't you tell me? If I report to the headquarters that Master Shui has met with misfortune, are you more unlucky, or am I? The answer was obvious. They were both unlucky. Jian Ruxiong broke out in cold sweat. The Star Pavilion headquarters was a huge entity that spanned across the Sea of Constellations and even the other seas. In terms of power, even the 3 emperors were wary of it. If the Star Pavilion headquarters were to vent their anger, Mu Songhai would not be able to escape punishment. Jian Ruxiong's fate would be even more miserable. At that time, it would not only be the Jianxian that was slaughtered. Pavilion Master, Shui Yu's whereabouts are unknown. I really can't hand him over. If there is a way to make up for it, I am willing to use anything to make up for it. I only hope that it can extinguish the anger of the Star Pavilion headquarters. Jian Ruxiong was extremely regretful. Now, even if Shuiyu took away the revered dragon sword in front of him, he would have to think twice before killing him. Mu Songhai sneered. Make up for it? You can say that to the headquarters. Hee, there is no need for the headquarters. Just make it up to me. Shuiyu's voice came into their ears without warning. The two were shocked. They had set up an overlord-level soundproofing technique, who could easily listen in on their conversation. More importantly, the other party's voice could still be heard. But immediately realizing that it was Shuiyu's voice, the two were relieved. They felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Swoosh! The two teleported and came to the outside world. They saw a handsome young man standing on the symbol of the Jian Xian, the stone sword. Who else could it be but Shuiyu? The two heaved a sigh of relief. Jian Ruxiong felt like he had just passed by the gates of hell. Fortunately, Shuiyu was not in trouble. What surprised the two was that Su Yu was holding a girl who was as beautiful as a little fairy. Of course, they quickly ignored her. Mu Songhai was overjoyed. He stepped forward and said, Master Shui, you worried me to death. Fortunately, you are fine. Su Yu waved his hand. I was lucky to survive. Hearing that, Mu Songhai stared at Jian Ruxiong coldly. Hints of danger flickered in the depths of his eyes. Master Shui, who chased after you? If you can point them out, I will kill them all. Mu Songhai was a little afraid. These idiots had almost implicated him. Su Yu shook his head. No need. They did not cause me any substantial harm. He looked at the two destroyed peaks. One of them was the peak of the Green Shadow Overlord. Among them, he was the one who had chased after Su Yu the most. He had come here to settle the score with him. However, it seemed that there was no need to settle the score. Mu Songhai had inadvertently wiped him off the face of the earth. If that's the case, Mu Songhai was relieved. If it was not necessary, she did not want to force Jian Ruxiong into a corner. If they really fought, she was confident that she could win, but it was impossible for her to come out unscathed. However, there is one person that needs to be dealt with, Cabinet Master, Su Yu said. Mu Songhai's heart tightened. Who? The person who tipped you off and asked for your help, Su Yu said meaningfully. Mu Songhai was slightly stunned. She had arrived in time to save the Shui family and many other families because of a mysterious person who tipped her off. At that time, Jian Xian had sealed off the vicinity of Twin Star Island. Even messages could not leave that area. Logically, no one could have informed Jian Xian. In the end, Mu Songhai still received the message. Jian Ruxiong was extremely angry. If not for this person's message, how could Jian Xian have fallen into such a situation? Mu Songhai smiled as she looked around Jian Xian. Although this person sent the message anonymously, I still found out who it was. The Starry Pavilion was powerful, so it was not difficult to find out the source of the message. Su Yu was slightly surprised. Based on Mu Songhai's gaze, could it be someone from Jian Xian? He did not remember being on good terms with anyone from Jian Xian. Could it be Tian Jinyuan? But Tian Jinyuan did not take the risk of betraying Jian Xian to secretly help him. It's him. Mu Songhai hooked his finger, and a young man hiding in the crowd of Jian Xian was hooked out. He was brought before them. It's you. Su Yu was startled, then suddenly understood. Finally, he patted his shoulder. Well done, Hong Lei. The person who secretly sent the message was none other than the arrogant young man who had a conflict with Su Yu and almost caused the destruction of the Shui family. He was the special envoy of Jian Xian, Hong Lei. Jian Ruxiong was furious. So it's you, traitor. No wonder the news was leaked. Hong Lei's face was pale and bitter. Now that he had been recognized, how could Jian Ruxiong let him go? Once Mu Songhai and the others left, Hong Lei's heart turned to ashes at the thought of the terrible consequences. The reason why he helped Shui Yu was not because he was benevolent. He was worried that Jian Ruxiong would capture Shuiyu and search his soul. He would find out what he had done. In the end, he had become a traitor of the faction, and his fate would be even more terrible. Cabinet Master, this person and I have a grudge. Kindness and hatred balance each other. Kindness is greater than hatred. Please help him settle down. Hearing this, Mu Songhai did not find it troublesome. Instead, he admired Suyu even more. It was important to have a grateful heart. Even Shuiyu could put himself in the shoes of a benefactor who had a grudge against him, let alone Suyu. If the headquarters appreciated him very much, would he forget about her when he became successful in the future? Well said. You are Hong Lei, right? From today on, you are no longer a member of Jian Xian, but an envoy of the Starry Pavilion. Mu Songhai did not give Jian Ruxiong any face. Hong Lei, who had long been disheartened, had an illusion that he had been blinded by happiness. Not only had he escaped, but he had also become an envoy of the Starry Pavilion. The status of the latter was much higher than that of the people of Jian Xian. Even if he met Jian Ruxiong again, he would have to be wary. The rest of the people of Jian Xian cast jealous glances at him. An envoy of the Starry Pavilion was an existence that ordinary people could not afford to offend. Most of them could not reach such a level even if they worked hard for a lifetime. Thank you, Cabinet Master. Hong Lei will never forget your kindness. Hong Lei knelt down and bowed. Mu Songhai smiled. He is the one you should thank. Hong Lei was very clever. He turned around and bowed again. Thank you, Master Shui. I am willing to be your slave and serve you. Haha, you are very clever. Mu Songhai laughed in surprise. You know Master Shui has a bright future. Su Yu smiled calmly. You deserve it. Some people had been dealt with. Some things had not been dealt with. Sword Master, did you just say that you are willing to compensate me with anything? I wonder if that includes the thing under my feet? Su Yu looked at the huge stone sword under his feet with a faint smile. Chapter 1639. If he remembered correctly, there was an aura of a dragon in the stone sword. That must be the spirit of the stone sword. The stone sword? Jian Ruxiong glared at Su Yu. The stone sword was like a treasure to Jian Xian. Many of Jian Xian's superb sword techniques originated from the stone sword. Wouldn't taking this away be destroying Jian Xian's foundation? Since you have returned safely, there is no way to make up for it. Please don't make things difficult for me. Jian Ruxiong refused. Su Yu laughed. Make things difficult? When you used the power of the faction to hunt me down, did you ever think of making things difficult for me? Or do you want me to report what you have done to the headquarters of the Star Pavilion? The headquarters of the Star Pavilion was like a sharp thorn that had been nailed into Jian Ruxiong's spiritual platform. Master Shui, I am willing to make up for the mistakes I have made. Please be magnanimous. The stone sword is very important to Jian Xian. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. Sword Master, do you think that I'm a pushover just because I let go of the grudge between us? I dare not. Jian Ruxiong was furious. If not for the deterrence of the headquarters of the Star Pavilion, Su Yu would be nothing in his eyes. He could kill Su Yu with a single strand of his hair. At least that was what he thought. Then get out of my way. Su Yu exerted strength in his feet and shook them fiercely. The stone sword shook the nearby ground with a bang and loosened up. Jian Ruxiong shouted, "Stop!" Swish! The ancient figure flickered before him, and a pair of cold eyes pierced over like icy blades. Jian Ruxiong, I advise you to let Master Shui have whatever he wants. Otherwise, I don't mind stretching my body a little more. She glanced at the remaining peaks, threateningly. Jian Ruxiong said angrily, Mu Songhai, you should know what the stone sword means to me. In his anger, he even called out the name of the Star Pavilion Master, which showed how angry he was. Mu Songhai smiled indifferently. Jian Ruxiong clenched his teeth and hesitated. Thump! Thump! Suddenly, A series of heartbeats came from within the stone sword, as if the sleeping spirit within had awakened. The spirit of the stone sword? Jian Ruxiong was shocked. Then he shouted, "The one who triggered the spirit of the stone sword was you, Shui Yu?" On the day of the 10,000 Dragon Cave, the artifact spirit of the stone sword suddenly awakened, alarming Jian Ruxiong. He immediately captured a large number of people from the island forces near the stone sword and searched their souls one by one. In the end, he found nothing. So that person was Shui Yu. This stone sword came from the myriad dragon caves, dragon domain. When it was discovered, it had already nailed a divine dragon at the level of the divine warrior of heaven and earth to death. If he could activate the weapon spirit and refine this sword, he would be invincible among the overlords. Jian Ruxiong was confident that he wouldn't even need to fear the lofty purple dream monarch. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't activate the artifact spirit. This had become his greatest regret. Therefore, when he realized that someone had awakened the artifact spirit, he was extremely excited. Unfortunately, that person was not among the people who were captured that day. Now that the person who had awakened the sword spirit was none other than Suyu, who was right in front of him, he was extremely shocked. While he was shocked, his mind raced. A trace of madness spread in his heart. Not only did Suyu have the ability to awaken the stone sword's artifact spirit, but he also had the royal power dragon's sovereign sword, the Dragon Emperor's treasure, if he could capture him and obtain 2 reverse treasures at the same time. So what if he was hunted down by the Star Pavilion and the Sword Pavilion was destroyed? As long as he was given time to refine it, becoming the 4th divine warrior of heaven and earth in the sea of constellations was not out of reach. Most importantly, there was only one person standing in front of him, Mu Songhai. The madness grew stronger and stronger and finally replaced reason. He made a decision and stepped into the gates of hell. "Evil creature, that's enough!" Jian Ruxiong roared. "You stole my stone dragonbone sword, and now you're trying to take the stone sword. Do you really think there's no one in the sword pavilion?" His eyes narrowed into a pair of sword-shaped pupils, exactly like his son, Jian Feiming. The difference was that the pair of sword-shaped pupils were extremely powerful. Wherever his gaze passed, it was as if an invisible sword of light had swept past. Mu Songhai seemed overbearing, but in fact he was already prepared. Although Jian Ruxiong's attack was sudden, Mu Songhai dealt with it easily. Divine light flashed around him, and a barrier appeared. On the barrier, dense sword marks flashed like raindrops. "Jian Ruxiong, I didn't expect you to really dare to attack me." Mu Songhai glanced at the stone sword that seemed to have a beating heart. She looked calm on the surface, but secretly, she was slightly helpless. The worst result had happened. Jian Ruxiong had been forced to rebel. "Humph! Your Star Pavilion has gone too far. The Sword Pavilion will not allow anyone to trample on our dignity." Jian Ruxiong raised his arm and shouted, "The mountain guarding formation of the Sword Pavilion, open!" Swish! Swish! In an instant, countless swords sounded from all directions of the central island. One by one, the swords flew across the sky. Their heads and tails joined together, covering the sky and sealing off the entire central island. Locking the central island and not allowing anyone to leave? Hong Lei's heart sank, and he smiled bitterly. It's over. The mountain guarding formation's aura is connected to the central island. Unless the entire island is destroyed, attacking the seal alone will not be effective. Suyu stopped taking out the sword and looked up at the sky. His eyes were calm. It was as if he was not surprised by Jian Ruxiong's actions. Looking at Mu Songhai, Suyu said, "Cabinet Master, it looks like a fierce battle is inevitable." Mu Songhai smiled confidently. "Master Shui, don't worry. As long as I'm still alive, I will not allow you to be hurt." Suyu calmly looked at the few peak masters who were gradually approaching him and sighed silently. If Jian Xian risked his life, Even Mu Songhai might not be able to escape unscathed, let alone ensure Shui Yu's safety. That is not up to you. Sure enough, Jian Ruxiong let out a heavy grunt. Everyone from the Sword Pavilion, listen up. Whoever captures Shui Yu alive will be rewarded with the trust of the Sword Pavilion's Peak Master and the right to enter the Hidden Sword Pavilion for free forever. Hearing this, many of the disciples were envious. The opportunity to reach the heavens was right in front of them. As for the 8 Peak Masters, if you help me stop Mu Songhai, I will appoint you as the Deputy Sword Master. Jian Ruxiong threw out an even more tempting bait to the Peak Masters. The Deputy Pavilion Master of the Sword Pavilion had never held a position in the faction, but the power he wielded was unimaginable. For the Peak Masters who had been fighting with each other all year round, becoming a Deputy Pavilion Master would mean that they were above the other Peak Masters. With a few words, the ambition of the people of the Sword Pavilion was stirred. The disciples gradually surrounded Shui Yu, while the Peak Masters gathered around Jian Ruxiong. On one side was the entire Sword Pavilion, and on the other side was Mu Songhai and Su Yu, who came alone. Jian Ruxiong thought to himself, I'll take the risk. Go. Jian Ruxiong gritted his teeth and bellowed. His eyes flashed as he took the lead and charged forward. The 8 Overlord Peak Masters followed Jian Ruxiong and attacked Mu Songhai. Mu Songhai's old body released a majestic, murderous intent. Those who oppose the Starry Pavilion will be killed without mercy. However, the people of the Sword Pavilion had been completely aroused by greed and ambition, and threats were not effective. Furious roars rolled out from within the Sword Pavilion. Accompanied by sharp attacks, Mu Songhai glanced at Shui Yu helplessly and separated a part of his divine energy to protect Shui Yu. He said, Master Shui, I will open a path. You go first. Su Yu said, Pavilion Master, you don't have to be distracted by me. It will be difficult for them to kill me. Buzz. Su Yu's whole body shook, and a strong divine energy rippled around him. Divine energy, have you become a Cavern World Senior? Mu Songhai was surprised, but immediately felt slightly relieved. When he was still a level 4 mortal fairy, Su Yu could cross realms and defeat a level 3 Cavern World Senior. Now that he had broken through the shackles, a level 1 Cavern World Senior should be able to execute a few moves. As long as he was not too far away from her, he should be able to rescue her in time. With no worries behind him, Mu Songhai no longer had to worry about attacking. The battle between the two sides broke out in an instant. Jian Ruxiong held the Mahayana sword in his hand and charged forward with the momentum of 1,000 men. The 8 Peak Masters behind him joined forces, and their momentum was not much weaker than Jian Ruxiong's. Mu Songhai was alone, and he cast a powerful divine technique to fight against the crowd. Boom! In an instant, terrifying fluctuations spread throughout the central island. The central island, which had been quiet for tens of millions of years, suddenly trembled violently. The surrounding seawater surged, the wind roared, the mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. It was like the end of the world. Although Jian Ruxiong had the advantage of numbers, Mu Songhai was the master of the Starry Pavilion subpavilion, and the divine technique he cultivated was superior to Jian Xian's. Therefore, for a moment, Mu Songhai was able to fight against them alone. 10 Overlord-level strong men were fighting on the central island. At the same time, the disciples of the Sword Pavilion, who had lost their minds, also launched a fierce siege on Shui Yu. Looking around at the pairs of eyes that were filled with numbness, indifference, and greed like that of a beast, Su Yu shook his head and sighed. I thought I didn't have to kill. Despite being chased so miserably, Su Yu stuck to the bottom line of not killing the innocent and did not pursue the responsibility of the ordinary disciples. However, it seemed that not many people appreciated his kindness. With a self-deprecating smile, Su Yu's feet were suspended in the air. He left the stone sword under his feet and looked coldly at those approaching. Shui Yu, in short, you deserve to die. An old man in a plain robe mumbled the excuse of attacking with good reason. However, after searching his mind, he could not find any fault with Su Yu. Su Yu smiled indifferently. Without saying a word, he flicked his finger and a mass of purple-red light appeared. The intense divine paths of time and space were incomparably majestic. The old man dodged it nimbly and yelled, "Trying to plot against me, you're too!" Strangely, the colorful light that he had clearly dodged caused a distortion in the space and fell directly on the old man's shoulder. Then, a scene that made everyone gasp uncontrollably appeared. In just 3 short breaths, the old man reverted to the state of a newborn baby, wailing on the ground. The crowd, who had been excited and greedy, was dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre, magical power was this? However, the horror only lasted for a moment, and it was immediately driven by ambition. No matter how powerful the divine technique was, there was a limit. They did not believe that he could perform it continuously. "You with the surname Shui, surrender!" A young woman who was proficient in the path of binding shouted. The shadow behind her turned into a long, pitch-black snake, entangling Shuiyu. Before she had time to rejoice, Su Yu casually spat out a mouthful of black mist, which drifted onto the shadow. The pitch-black shadow immediately sizzled and decayed into nothingness. Not only that, the black mist followed the shadow and instantly spread to the woman's body. There wasn't even a scream. The woman was like a shadow decaying into dust. Apart from a pile of dust, there was only a drifting black mist that gave off a strong smell of death. "Death Divine Tao!" Someone cried out in alarm, feeling even more horrified. The reversal of space-time just now, and the death god Tao now. How many god Taos did this person cultivate? However, the more it was so, the more their greed was stimulated. Go, capture him, and your career will soar. Don't hold back anymore. This person is dangerous. Let's injure him severely first. Su Yu shook his head and sighed. It's really troublesome. With a wave of his sleeve, a snow-white disk floated into his palm. Looking at the object, Su Yu said calmly, "It's been a long time, World Annihilation Plate." The World Annihilation Plate was one of the few things that had been taken from the original body. It could be said that it had played an important role in the lost god domain. He tossed the World Annihilation Plate into the air. It grew with the wind and rapidly expanded to 10 million feet. Hundreds of World Devastator cannons descended from the bottom of the snow-white disk. Without giving the people rushing over any time to react, the World Devastator cannon immediately fired. Puff! Puff! Muffled explosions filled the air. Thousands of Sword Pavilion disciples were blasted into dust on the spot. There was a huge empty space among the densely packed crowd. The sudden appearance of the great killing weapon had killed thousands of experts in an instant. They were finally scared out of their wits, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Those who were lucky enough to escape death were ashen-faced. They stared at the hundreds of World Devastator cannons and gasped. In the face of such a cold and powerful object, their advantage in numbers was non-existent. "Run! That Shui guy is going to start a massacre!" Someone shouted in shock. The people in front of them turned around and ran. Jian Ruxiong roared in anger. "Bastard! It's just an Emperor-level divine weapon, a mere replica. Attack together. Whoever retreats will be considered a traitor according to the faction's laws and will be sentenced to death." The people who were running hesitated and fell into a struggle. At that moment, Mu Songhai bellowed, "A bunch of fools!" The Sword Pavilion dared to openly attack the Star Pavilion. They are destined to be annihilated by the Star Pavilion. Why don't you seize the opportunity to escape? Why are you still staying in the Sword Pavilion? Are you waiting to be buried with Jian Ruxiong? Some of the smarter ones had already realized that Jian Ruxiong was putting everything on the line and had already given up on the Sword Pavilion. Now that they heard Mu Songhai's words, how could they still hesitate? Buzz! The mountain defense formation was activated by itself. The disciples who were in charge of the sword formation had chosen to escape. It didn't matter whether Jian Ruxiong succeeded or not. The sword pavilion was about to sink. Therefore, the disciples of the sword pavilion no longer hesitated. They all ran away. Even the peak leaders who were fighting with Mu Songhai were hesitating. Jian Ruxiong panicked and yelled, "Everyone, if this is done, I'll share all the resources I have with you. With these resources, you can find a place to hide and cultivate for thousands of years. Why would you be afraid of the starry pavilion?" The promise from the deputy pavilion leader of the sword pavilion was gone. "If you still think it's not enough, I am willing to go with you to comprehend the secrets of the stone dragon bone sword and the stone sword's weapon spirit." Jian Ruxiong saw that normal bait was not enough to attract them, so he changed his words. Only then did they become determined. "Seventh peak leader, we will hold Mu Songhai back. You go and capture Shuiyu." Jian Ruxiong immediately arranged. The seventh peak leader was good at close combat. He had a powerful aura. In terms of ability, he was no weaker than the Green Shadow Peak leader, who was good at space techniques. It will be over in 3 breaths. The seventh peak leader retreated from the battle. His golden muscles were glowing. He stared at Shuiyu with a cold smile. He said excitedly, "I never thought that there would be a day when I would openly go against the Star Pavilion. It's exciting enough, but not satisfying enough." He looked at the world annihilation plate above his head with disdain, a little regretful. He meant that capturing Suyu was not challenging at all. Suyu could not help but laugh. He said leisurely, "Satisfying enough is easy, as long as you can afford it." Chapter 1640. The huge world annihilation plate shrunk back to the size of a palm, spinning in the air. "First form!" Suyu shouted, and the world annihilation plate spun even faster. The sharp edges of the world annihilation plate sliced through the air, causing the air to ripple. Wisps of a terrifying aura were unleashed. The seventh peak master, who had been full of excitement, suddenly froze. The second form of the world annihilation plate made him feel threatened. "Didn't you want to have fun? I'll grant you your wish." Suyu pointed at the world annihilation plate. Creak! A streak cut through the sky, the sound of the air being torn apart a moment later. The seventh peak master's expression changed, and he hurriedly took out a green talisman. Pinching 2 fingers together, the talisman exploded, emitting a dark red glow. A dark red wooden umbrella appeared within the light. It spun gently and enveloped the seventh peak master. Ding! At that moment there was a crisp sound. The world annihilation plate had cut through the sky, striking the umbrella's cover. After the faint sound of metal clashing, the world annihilation plate was sent flying. The seventh peak master broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, he had great reflexes, or else he would have been caught in a moment of carelessness. What a powerful divine weapon! Much stronger than a low-class true Emperor divine weapon. The seventh peak master snorted angrily. "Unfortunately, it ends here." Whoosh! The seventh peak master took out a sword-shaped talisman. It was yellow, dim, and broken. "Divine soldier talisman," the seventh peak master growled. The yellow talisman shattered, exploding with a yellow glow. A giant, golden-armored ape appeared, its entire body glowing with golden light. It beat its chest, roaring angrily, emitting a fierce aura. "Kill!" The seventh peak master pointed at Suyu. The giant ape sensed something, staring at Suyu with its empty eyes. With a roar, it came crashing down like a mountain. 2 giant hands, the size of 2 small boats, grabbed the world annihilation plate, while the other grabbed at Suyu. It happened in the blink of an eye, giving no time to react. He had been captured. Haha, exciting is exciting, but satisfying. The seventh peak master laughed as he looked at the world annihilation plate. "Is that so?" Suyu's expression was calm as he muttered an incantation. The world annihilation plate, which had clearly been caught, suddenly changed drastically. From the edge of the world annihilation plate, tens of thousands of rays of white light shot out and closed in an oval arc. It formed a cage of divine light that was narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. This was the second form of the world annihilation plate, cage. Back then, Suyu was caught off guard and fell into a trap. If the giant ape didn't know what was going on, it would be asking for trouble. Of course, the seventh peak master who was smiling confidently was also trapped in the cage. You schemed against me? So what? The seventh peak master's smile faded as he took out another ancient bronze talisman. This object emitted a dangerous aura that was completely different from the previous two symbols, and it caused Su Yu's eyelids to twitch. Mu Songhai, who was fighting, couldn't help but be attracted by this item. With one look, his face darkened. Be careful! That's the immortal execution talisman from the black market. Its power is comparable to a silver overlord. Silver overlord? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. After coming to the great beginning realm, he had read many books and understood the division of cultivation. There were also strong and weak overlords. Those who had just entered the overlord realm were classified as bronze overlords. The 10 great peak masters of the Sword Pavilion, the Icy Fairy of the Starry Pavilion, and the Deputy Pavilion Master Yen Chonghong were all bronze overlords. And the 2 people in front of him were silver overlords. Mu Songhai's sword was heroic. Above him were gold overlords and celestial overlords. There were still a few bronze overlords in the Sword Pavilion, but there were only 2 silver overlords. The power of a silver overlord did not need to be described. Its power could not be resisted. Otherwise, he would die on the spot like the Icy Fairy. How could Su Yu allow him to destroy the talisman? With a flash of light in his eyes, the 10,000 rays of divine light suddenly contracted, and the cage instantly shrank into a crack. Ah! Sword Master, save me! A shrill scream reverberated throughout the universe. All that was left was a pool of blood that had been squeezed into tiny pieces and slid down the cage. The immortal execution talisman that had not been detonated in time floated into Su Yu's palm. A strike from a silver overlord? Su Yu rubbed the talisman, looking thoughtfully at the many peak masters surrounding Mu Songhai. That one look scared them out of their wits. Seventh, that idiot. How could he let his life-saving treasure fall into the hands of the Xue family? This is not good, run. There was Mu Songhai, the silver overlord, and Xue Yu's immortal execution talisman at the back. If the 2 worked well together, it would be enough to take down the remaining peak masters in one fell swoop. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining peak masters felt their scalps go numb, and they quickly retreated from the battlefield. In the end, only Jian Ruxiong was left holding on. Sensing Xue Yu's gaze behind him, he felt a little uneasy and cursed. Useless! You can't even take care of a junior who has just broken through to the deity level. Even so, he retreated very rationally to avoid a pincer attack from behind. You guys, get rid of that brat. Just leave his soul behind, Jian Ruxiong yelled. However, Peak Master Wui dared to step forward. What a joke, with the strike of a silver overlord in his hand, who would dare to seek death. You guys don't want the great opportunity anymore, do you? Jian Ruxiong threatened coldly. Mu Songhai's siege was broken, and he felt much more relaxed. He shouted coldly, You guys retreat now, and the Star Pavilion will not hold you responsible for killing the Pavilion Branch Master. If you are stubborn, humph, let's not talk about whether you can succeed or not. Can you really hide from the headquarters of the Star Pavilion after this? The Peak Masters hesitated on the spot. After this incident, the Sword Pavilion was destined to be destroyed. They insisted on following Jian Ruxiong to commit treacherous acts just to get the so-called opportunity. However, judging from the current situation, they would probably die here before they could get the opportunity. Fools, you guys are just being used by Jian Ruxiong. Will he really give you the so-called opportunity? I don't think so, right? Mu Songhai crushed their last hope. Don't think about it anymore. Retreat now is your last choice. Don't listen to her nonsense. Jian Ruxiong roared. However, after exchanging glances with each other, the peak masters gradually dispersed towards the periphery in unison. Sword Master, I'm afraid I can't be of much help. Goodbye. Please forgive me, Sword Master. I can't accompany you to the end. Goodbye. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing that the other peak masters had left, the peak masters who wanted to persist also gave up and left. In the end, only Jian Ruxiong was left. A bunch of ingrates. Jian Ruxiong held the Mahayana sword in his hand and snorted angrily. Now that things had come to this, it would be extremely difficult for him to capture Su Yu alone. Coupled with the fairy execution talisman in Su Yu's hands, it was a slight threat. If he really fought with all his might, the chances of him dying would greatly increase. Jian Ruxiong glared at Su Yu and said, "You can take the stone sword, but remember, this matter will not end here." Because of him, the Sword Pavilion had no choice but to be erased from the Sword Pavilion's territorial waters. With such deep hatred, he would not rest until he killed Su Yu with his own hands. Su Yu said calmly, "Any time." He tossed the world annihilation plate into the air. It expanded and shot out a ball of spatial light, sucking the giant stone sword into it. Mu Songhai stood in front of Su Yu, staring at Jian Ruxiong with a cold expression. Before threatening Shuiyu, you should worry about yourself first. Those who dare to challenge the Starry Pavilion never end well, and you will not be an exception. Humph! Jian Ruxiong snorted coldly and flew towards the Sword Pavilion's main palace to pack up the Sword Pavilion's many years of resources. He was prepared to escape. Mu Songhai turned to stare at Su Yu, his heart in turmoil. What was that white disc? In terms of sharpness, most true Emperor Divine weapons could not compare. Even she had a slight headache when she encountered it. It was because Su Yu had hidden his abilities so well that he could kill the 7th Peak Master unexpectedly, seize the fairy slaying talisman, and resolve the situation. Master Shui hid his abilities really well, Mu Songhai said. It looks like the guards I arranged were unnecessary. Su Yu thought of the Ice Soul Fairy and the few missing Starry Pavilion faction members, and he lamented, "Cabinet Master, those guards!" Mu Songhai waved his hand. "Master Shui, do not mind them. They were already prepared to die. It is their fortune to die for you." Su Yu sighed silently, speechless. The fates of insignificant people were so sad and uncontrollable. Even death was not in their hands. A feeling of the fickleness of fate lingered in Su Yu's heart. "Cabinet Master, may I ask if there are any relics left behind?" Su Yu asked. Mu Songhai did not understand, but nodded. "There are some in the sub-pavilion." "Then let's make a trip to the sub-pavilion," Su Yu said. He still could not accept the innocent people dying for him with a clear conscience. Although it was troublesome, he had no regrets. Mu Songhai said, "It just so happens that someone is waiting for you in the sub-pavilion." "Oh, who is it?" Su Yu was surprised. Mu Songhai's smile deepened. "It is a special envoy sent by Lord Hu. He is announcing the order from the headquarters of the Starry Pavilion." "Lord Hu?" Su, you did not know the identity of this Lord Hu. "Since it is an order from the headquarters, what does it have to do with me? I am only the deputy cabinet master of the sub-pavilion. I don't think the headquarters would take me seriously, right?" Su Yu said. Mu Songhai was full of smiles. "Master Shui, do not be modest. The fact that you are proficient in the various languages of the different races has alarmed the headquarters. Lord Hu wants to meet you personally. As for the order, it has a lot to do with you, Master Shui. What is the content of the order? Can you reveal it to me?" Su Yu asked. Mu Songhai took out an invitation made of incredible ice stone and said, "This is an invitation to the ancient dream altar. The headquarters only have 10 of them. Because of your uniqueness, they made an exception and gave one to our sub-pavilion, inviting you and me to participate in the ancient dream altar together. Ancient dream altar? Suyu frowned, intending to decline the invitation. He held the cold little hand in his and said, I have to go to the land of the extreme north. I am afraid I have no time to be distracted. According to the original agreement, they would not restrict Suyu's actions. The land of the extreme north? Mu Songhai was startled. His expression softened as he smiled. That is a great coincidence. The ancient dream altar is in the land of the extreme north. It does not conflict with Master Shue's itinerary. Suyu was surprised. Such a coincidence. If that was the case, there was no reason to refuse. He said, all right. Before long, Mu Songhai quickly left the place with Suyu. Jian Ruxiong also brought along some of the loyal disciples of the Jian Xian. Before leaving, he asked them, why hasn't Faming returned after so long? Everyone was silent. Only one person stood up. It was Tuobaing. He said hesitantly, reporting to the sword master. The young master seemed to have gone to retrieve the corpse of the giant snake and did not return. Jian Ruxiong's expression changed slightly. He shouted, why didn't you say so earlier? He took out a bamboo tube. The words Jian Faming were carved on the bamboo tube, and Jian Faming's essence blood was in it. He opened the bamboo tube, and a small sword that had been broken into two fell out. The sword was destroyed, and the man died. Faming, he died. Jian Ruxiong's vigorous body trembled as he howled in grief. Who killed him? Who? Tuobaing rolled his eyes and said, I'm guessing it might be Shueyu. Why do you think so? Although Jian Ruxiong hated Shueyu, he was not so foolish as to lose his rationality. Tuobaing said, the evil ghost strait was sealed off by us, and there shouldn't be any dangerous creatures there. However, the young master did not return. This can only mean one thing. There is someone who could kill Shueyu hiding under the sea, and the most likely person there is Shueyu. As he said this, Jian Ruxiong's eyes shone brightly. Jian Xian had mobilized many forces and dug deep into the ground, but they had not found Shueyu. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Now that they thought about it, Suyu was not hiding on the Thousand-Star Island. He was obviously hiding right under their noses. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Jian Ruxiong laughed angrily. Great! How dare you, Shueyu? How dare you fool us? The sword pavilion. If I don't get my revenge, I, Jian Ruxiong, am not a man. Let's go. With a furious roar, Jian Ruxiong led a large group of people and surged toward the north. The sword pavilion returned to its deathly silence. 2 months later, an eerie shriek reverberated in the sky above the silent central island. At the entrance of the cave of 10,000 dragons, 9 extremely ferocious creatures that had materialized surrounded a young man who was surrounded by a bloody aura. The terrifying aura of the bronze overlord swept across the surroundings. Together with the 9 extremely ferocious creatures, it gave people extreme psychological pressure. Bronze overlord, ha 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 ha. Gu Taishu will also become an overlord one day. Gu Taishu laughed loudly. Suyu, I really want to meet you soon. You will be very surprised then. Suyu, who looked calm, followed Mu Songhai back to the Star Pavilion on the Random Star Island. All the important members of the pavilion came forward to welcome them, including the Deputy Pavilion Master, Yen Changhong. Looking at Mu Songhai, who had brought Suyu back in a friendly and cordial manner, Yen Changhong was jealous. Shueyu had only joined the Star Pavilion for a few months, and not only had he gained the appreciation of Mu Songhai, but he had also gained the appreciation of the headquarters. They had invited him to participate in the Ancient Dream Altar's invitation in the Northern Snow Sea. As a veteran of the Star Pavilion, how could Yen Changhong be convinced? Rise, all of you. Mu Songhai was in a good mood. He asked, is the special envoy sent by Lord who's still in the pavilion. Yen Changhong's eyes flickered with a strange light. She said, reporting to the cabinet master, he has already returned. Just as the cabinet master was feeling regretful, Yen Changhong said, however, the special envoy left behind a magical artifact and left a message saying that it was prepared for the deputy pavilion master. Mu Sanhai asked expectantly, "What is it?" Yen Changhong took out a flower. The flower was a space cavern world. Chapter 1641. Test? Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Test what? Master Shui, don't worry. The test is not malicious. Instead, it will greatly benefit Master Shui's future status in the Star Pavilion. Ordinary people are not qualified to be tested by the headquarters. For example, the appraisers of the sub-pavilions, no matter how great their contributions are, the headquarters will never specially grant them a one-flower, one-world test. These words struck a chord in Yen Changhong's heart. Not to mention the appraisers. Even as a deputy pavilion master, she was not qualified to be tested by the headquarters. One flower, one world. It was personally forged by the founder of the Stellar Pavilion, the Stellar Sovereign. It contains thousands of worlds, and being within it can stimulate one's greatest potential. Many people with outstanding aptitudes can break through to the divine Tao from within. It is boundlessly mysterious. Mu Sanhai held this item in high esteem. Of course, being in it, one flower, one world can record the relevant qualifications of the person who enters, especially the qualifications that the Star Pavilion wants to see, such as your proficiency in the alien language. So it was the alien language? Suyu nodded. This was also the reason why he became a deputy pavilion master. Would the Star Pavilion be able to detect his potential in other aspects? He had many secrets and did not want them to be discovered so easily by outsiders. Mu Sanhai understood and added, "This test will only record Master Shui's attainments in the alien language." "Is that so?" Suyu was relieved and nodded. "Well, since it is a request from the headquarters, I will give it a try." With a smile, Mu Sanhai opened the flower world. Suyu took a look and leaped into it. Mu Sanhai's smile faded and he looked at Yen Changhong. "Changhong, you were trained by me. I don't want to see you make any mistakes. What else did the special envoy say before he left? Tell me the truth." Yen Changhong, who was secretly proud of herself, was so frightened that she knelt down and begged for mercy. "Spare me, Pavilion Master. Changhong, I did not mean to hide anything. Speak." Mu Sanhai's eyes shone with a deep light. Yen Changhong said, "The special envoy warned me before he left that the higher-ups were also very interested in his strength. After all, as a mortal fairy, he defeated a level 4 Cavern World Senior. His qualifications are considered good in the headquarters. So, in addition to testing for the alien language, they also set up a strength test. I did not mean to hide anything, but... Mu Sanhai sighed and said, "It's because you're jealous and want to embarrass him, isn't it? The test of strength has always been exaggerated. Many people have been put in a difficult situation because of it. He is just a junior mortal fairy. How can he withstand it?" Yen Changhong lowered her head. In front of the pavilion master, nothing could escape her eyes. Unexpectedly, Mu Sanhai was not angry at all. Instead, there was a hint of playfulness in his voice. "However, you won't be able to see his sorry state." Recalling the miserable state of the Sword Pavilion's 7th Peak Master, Mu Sanhai couldn't help but want to laugh. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid that even in their dreams the headquarters would never imagine what kind of monster my Sword Pavilion's Sea Region branch has recruited." Yen Changhong was slightly puzzled and unconvinced. She stared at the world without blinking. When Suyu entered the world of flowers, a strange scene played in front of him. It was a world brimming with life, filled with all sorts of living creatures. Their cultivation levels were not very high, with the most powerful being merely at the Wanxiang Adept level. Even mortal fairies had not touched that level, let alone cave world venerables. On the ground, in a grand sect, 2 old men were talking in a pavilion at the top of a mountain. I've had some enlightenment about heaven and earth recently. The one who spoke was an old man in a Taoist robe. He had a sage-like demeanor, but his lifespan was nearing its end. He only had a few months left to live. Sitting opposite him was the monk in the gold-threaded kasaya. He looked dignified. What a coincidence, I have it too. His lifespan was still tens of thousands of years long. My lifespan is nearing its end. I suddenly feel that life and death are unpredictable. You and I are as insignificant as ants in the world. I feel that perhaps you and I are not the strongest in this world. There should be a more powerful existence watching us. The old man looked up at the endless sky, his eyes shining with a profound light. Unfortunately, with his weak strength, he could not see through Suyu, who was silently looking down on them from the 9th heaven. Not so. The monk said, "My enlightenment is the opposite." He looked around and said, "The birth of heaven and earth from nothingness should be the work of fate. You and I are the strongest in this world. Look at the changing of the seasons and the rise of martial arts. Which of these are not developed by ourselves? Have there ever been any influence from external forces? No. It turned out that the 2 of them were the 2 strongest people in this world. After today's sparring, they exchanged insights. One had an epiphany, and there was always a sky beyond the sky. The other had an epiphany, and the world had become independent." Suyu sighed. As the spirit of the Jinlong continent, he had never thought that there was a sky beyond the sky. However, the monk's words were not unreasonable. Everything went on according to the rules, and there was never any external interference. This made Suyu slightly aware. Didn't he also believe that the absolute beginning realm was born out of the dark, that it appeared from the chaos? Then, would there be an invisible existence like Suyu in the great beginning realm now, looking down on the great beginning realm? Thinking of this, he had a few epiphanies. At that moment, a heavenly book in alien language fell in front of Suyu like a snowflake. Suyu caught it and understood tacitly. This must be the so-called test. After opening it, he casually translated it into a language that could be understood by 1 flower and 1 world, and threw it down. Coincidentally, this book was picked up by a mediocre young man. Suyu was slightly puzzled. What was the point of this test? Boom! All of a sudden, thunder sounded above his head, as if time and space had exploded. Then Suyu was surprised to find that the flow of time on the continent below was accelerated by 10,000 times. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the old man passed away. Before his death, his eyes were always looking at the endless starry sky, full of doubt and powerlessness. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years after the old man's death, the Path faction he founded was replaced by a huge force called the Sky-Splitting Valley. The leader of the Sky-Splitting Valley was none other than the young man who picked up the foreign divine art that Suyu had thrown away 100 years ago. After obtaining this book, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. From a mediocre young man, he became a contemporary expert. He fought all year round, gradually dominating the world, and became the only person in the world who had broken through the mortal fairy realm. At that moment, another divine art in alien language fell in front of Suyu. After translating it, Suyu threw it down again. As a result, the flow of time on the continent below was accelerated by 10,000 times again. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. The situation on the continent changed dramatically, and a tripartite structure appeared. The Path faction of the past had long become the dust of history, and no one remembered it. The ones left in the world were the first force, the Sky-Splitting Valley, the second force, the Fanteon Pavilion, and the third force, the Buddhist faction. Among them, the weakest was the Buddhism faction. From the position of overlord 1,000 years ago, it had fallen to the third strongest force. Then, Suyu threw down several different foreign divine arts in succession. Every time a book fell, it accelerated the time of the world. After 20,000 years, the world had changed dramatically, and it was no longer the same as before. In the world, the Almighty was only a common level, and there were thousands of mortal fairies. There were even extreme creatures who had touched the edge of the Cavern World Master. He was the young man who founded the sky-splitting valley. The Buddhism faction of the past had long been annihilated in the struggle for supremacy. In a remote corner, in a dilapidated temple, a hunchbacked monk with an old face was lying on the bed, dying with only a trace of vitality left. His eyes stared at the ceiling, and tears of vicissitudes flowed from the corners of his eyes. "Old man, you were right. There are creatures in the world looking down on us." Before dying, he vaguely remembered the last words of his lifelong friend on the peak of the Buddhism faction thousands of years ago. Only then did he believe the last words of the old man. After saying that, he closed his eyes and died. Su saw it, and his heart was inexplicably touched. He couldn't help but look up at the top of his head. Would there be creatures looking down on him at this moment? Just as Su was thinking about it, there was a soft tinkle in front of him. Su thought it was the foreign divine arts, but when he looked closely, he saw a line of small words floating in front of him. Created a primary high-level civilization, potential value of 3 stars. Su was slightly stunned. Primary high-level civilization? Did it mean translating the foreign divine arts and bringing a brand new civilization to this world? Potential value should be what the Star Pavilion wanted to test. Su smiled. He could translate more than 10,000 kinds of foreign languages. Just now, he could not even understand 10%. If he really used all his language attainments, he was afraid that the definition of his potential value would be far more than just a few stars. The test is over, right? Su said to himself. Unexpectedly, he was not expelled by the world, but still stayed here. The continent below changed dramatically again, and time was accelerated 1,000,000 times. In the blink of an eye, billions of years had passed. The whole world had changed beyond recognition. From under the continent, an existence as strong as a level 2 Cavern World Master rushed out and flew straight toward Su, shouting, "What demon has appeared in this world?" It was an old woman in white, and she was now the strongest creature on the continent. Su was slightly startled. What was going on? Before Su could recover, he heard the old woman in white say coldly, "Creatures from the outside world, if you dare to challenge me again, I will not spare you." Challenge? Su had a flash of inspiration, and he thought to himself, is this a test of strength? Seeing the old woman in white attack, Su thought for a moment and did not move, letting the old woman hit the top of his head with her palm. The real pain came, but Su did not panic at all. Sure enough, when the pain reached the extreme, the pain suddenly disappeared. The surrounding world also changed rapidly, turning into the scenery of the Star Pavilion. Unsurprisingly, death meant that he was passively removed from the world of flowers. A clear line of small words hovered above Su's head. Number of defeated people. 0 potential value, 1 star. The 1 star was obtained because Su had become a Cavern World Master at a young age. Apart from that, there were no other bonuses. Su's expression was calm as he cupped his fists toward Mu Songhai and Yen Chonghong. Yen Chonghong glanced at the 1 star and shook her head gently, laughing at herself. I am actually jealous of such a person. How ridiculous. Only Mu Songhai looked at the 1 star with a faint smile, but did not point it out. She was very clear about Su's true strength, which could not be measured by the 1 star. The test is complete. Master Shui, do not be discouraged. The improvement of strength lies in little by little accumulation. Do not be impatient, Mu Songhai comforted him. Su knew that the cabinet master was helping him conceal his shocking strength. He was grateful and said, Thank you, cabinet master, for your guidance. Haha, then get ready to set off. Chonghong, how is the restoration of the space-crossing mysterious cave going? Mu Songhai asked. Yen Changhong said respectfully, reporting to Cabinet Master, "The cave has just been restored." "There is a space-crossing mysterious cave in our pavilion branch?" Su Yu was extremely surprised. The so-called space-crossing mysterious cave was a wonderful space channel similar to space leaping. The principle was similar to space transportation, but it was countless times more advanced. It was impossible to construct a space-crossing mysterious cave unless one was at the level of a universe divine warrior. As far as Su Yu knew, there were only 3 space-crossing mysterious caves in the entire sea of constellations that connected the territories of the 3 great divine warriors. The fact that the Star Pavilion branch had one was enough to shock Su Yu. Haha, so what if the Star Pavilion has a space-crossing mysterious cave? Mu Songhai couldn't help but laugh. Back in the Sea of Constellations, it was thanks to the help of the powerhouses of my stellar pavilion that the 3 sovereigns could succeed. Otherwise, how could they have succeeded without any experience? Su Yu was a little excited. The Star Pavilion was much more powerful than he had imagined. Cabinet Master, what do you mean by restoring the cave? Su Yu was surprised. Mu Songhai said, "The space-crossing mysterious cave is not stable and requires an experienced divine warrior to maintain it. A few years ago, the divine warrior in charge of maintenance at the headquarters had an accident and was replaced by his disciple. That disciple's experience was not as good as his master's, so the space-crossing mysterious cave became more and more unstable. But after this restoration, there should not be any problems. You can use it without worry." Mu Songhai said, "If Master Xue has nothing else, you can set off now and gather at the headquarters. You will see the rest of the people from the other pavilions there." No one knew how many pavilions the Star Pavilion had. At the very least, the introduction of the Star Pavilion in the Sword Pavilion's waters was vague. The only thing they knew was that the pavilion branch Su Yu was in was one of the weakest among the many pavilions. It was rumored that the Sword Pavilion's Sea Pavilion branch might be closed down. It was only because Mu Songhai's background was extraordinary that it had managed to survive until now. "That's fine. I also want to see the rest of the pavilions," Su Yu said. Several hours later, deep beneath the Star Pavilion, this place was already deep within the sea. A revolving, pitch-black vortex emitted waves of hair-raising nothingness energy. Su Yu was fearful. How could he forget the scene when he was trapped in the nothingness of the cave of 10,000 dragons, once surrounded by nothingness? Even if you were a divine warrior of heaven and earth, you would still lose a layer of skin. The principle of the space-crossing mysterious cave is to break the shackles of space and achieve the goal of transcending space. Hence, the surroundings of the mysterious cave are all nothingness, Mu Songhai explained. Su Yu nodded and followed Mu Songhai into the mysterious cave. As expected, once they entered, it was as if they had entered another space. In an instant, the aura of the Sword Pavilion's seas behind them disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the boundless power of nothingness. Su Yu was using it for the first time, so he could not help but be cautious. Moreover, for some reason, he who had mastered the way of destiny had a bad feeling. His thread of destiny fluctuated subtly as he went deeper into the space-crossing mysterious cave. Chapter 1642. Master Xue. Mu Songhai interrupted Su Yu's thoughts. "There is still some time before we reach the headquarters. I need to explain the situation of the various pavilions to you." Su Yu sighed in his heart. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. The Starry Tower was no exception. The headquarters of the Star Pavilion is divided into the 3 Supremes and 9 Elders. The 3 Supremes are the 3 pavilion masters under the General Pavilion and are in charge of the affairs of the Star Pavilion. Even the 3 great sovereigns of the Sea of Constellations have to be courteous when they meet. As for the 9 pavilion chiefs, they are the pavilion chiefs under the jurisdiction of the 3 venerables. There are a total of 9 pavilion chiefs, and each of them possesses great authority. They are in charge of the various pavilion chiefs. My Sword Pavilion's Sea Region branch is under the jurisdiction of Pavilion Master, who, other than us, Pavilion Master, who is also in charge of 100 other pavilions. The Pavilion Master who that Mu Songhai mentioned should be the lord who that she had mentioned several times. Su Yu listened patiently and did not interrupt. This was because he knew that Mu Songhai wanted to say something more important. Sure enough, Mu Songhai said, our gathering this time is only for the 100 pavilions under Pavilion Head whose jurisdiction. We will not meet with the pavilions under the jurisdiction of other pavilion heads. But it is precisely because of this that we must be cautious in our words and actions. Back then, due to certain reasons, I offended a few branch pavilion masters. Now, they are ranked at the top of the 100 branch pavilions. I believe that they will make things difficult for you in this gathering. Therefore, Grand Master Shui, unless it is absolutely necessary, please do not clash with them. As expected, Su Yu nodded without hesitation. Unless the one who provoked him was a silver overlord, no one would dare to provoke him. On the other hand, Yen Changhong's beautiful eyebrows inadvertently condensed a trace of worry. After saying this, Mu Songhai introduced the general situation of the headquarters to Su Yu. The group talked as they walked, slowly rushing to the end of the Yuekong mystic cave. However, Su Yu was increasingly aware that as the void-crossing mysterious cave got closer, the fluctuations of his line of destiny became clearer and clearer. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. In the past, Su Yu wouldn't have been able to detect it. However, as he grasped the divine path of destiny, the indescribable sense was getting stronger day by day. We're almost at the exit, but we have to be careful. This void-crossing mysterious cave has just been repaired, so it might not be completely stable yet. Don't release too much power and disturb the void-crossing mysterious cave. In front of him, a cave entrance, shrouded in multicolored light, came into view. Su Yu felt that the thread of fate was becoming more and more unstable. That was definitely not a good sign. All of a sudden, Su Yu discovered that there were a few smaller holes of 5 colors near the exit of the 5 colors cave, which were distributed on both sides of the exit. Along the way, Mu Songhai gave a detailed account of the void-traversing mysterious cave. The smaller exit was the exit to the nearby area. This was to prevent the exit of the space-crossing mysterious cave from collapsing. The people in the mysterious cave would have a way out. Su Yu's eyes flickered. When they were only a few 100 feet away from the exit, he clenched his right hand, which was hidden in his sleeve. In an instant, the law of space appeared without any warning. The void-crossing mystic cave had just been repaired and was very sensitive. The appearance of the laws had a great impact on the void-crossing mystic cavern. When Mu Songhai noticed the sudden birth of the law of space, it was already too late. The entire void-traversing profound cave began to tremble. The surrounding nothingness squeezed through the cave and surged wantonly. The multicolored exit flickered and disappeared, shrinking unpredictably. Mu Songhai's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Go!" The exit was about to collapse. "Follow me closely." Yen Changhong's face was deathly pale. Once something happened to the void-traversing profound cave, it would definitely be a matter of life and death. How could she dare to hesitate? With a leap, she followed Mu Songhai out of the mysterious cave. The two of them arrived outside the mysterious cave. Looking back, they could not help but feel fear. They saw the entrance of the mysterious cave collapse with a loud bang under the destruction of the nothingness. If they had been a step slower, they would have been buried in the mysterious cave. But before they could rejoice, Mu Songhai's heart thumped. He did not see Su Yu. Where is Master Shui? Mu Songhai stared at the collapsed entrance in disbelief. Yen Changhong also froze. He was just following behind me. The two of them stared at the exit, their hearts in a mess. Yen Changhong comforted him. Cabinet Master. Maybe he escaped from the other exits? Mu Songhai nodded absent-mindedly. That must be the case. Master, Shui, has always been quick-witted. Jian Ruxiong mobilized the forces of the Jianshan Ocean, but was unable to do anything to Master Shui. Let's go. We will immediately rush to the other exits to check. They had just left when a beautiful woman wearing a gorgeous robe slowly appeared near the collapsed exit. Her cultivation level was terrifying. She held a white feather that was gradually withering. The feather was decayed, but it still had traces of the declining fate aura. Is it the fault of the feather of destiny? Suyu did not appear. The beautiful woman stared at the collapsed exit, frowning slightly. In the great beginning realm, there were only a few people who knew Su Yu's real name, and those who could ignore Shui Yu's current body and accurately find him were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It seems like we need to find an expert to help us find Su Yu's whereabouts. The beautiful woman floated away, leaving behind a faint trace of the ill-fated aura. If Su Yu were here, he would definitely recognize that this was an aura similar to that of the sinful woman. After Su Yu had disturbed the Yuekong mysterious cave, he had taken advantage of their unpreparedness to choose an alternate exit. The scenery before his eyes changed, and Su Yu left the Yuekong mysterious cave. The vague feeling of the ups and downs of fate instantly disappeared without a trace. As expected, there is an unknown danger at the exit? Su Yu secretly rejoiced. The feeling just now was not an illusion, and there was indeed danger. The path of destiny that was meant to revive Xia Jingyu had inadvertently saved Su Yu's life. Uncle, that big dog seems very fierce. Is it talking to us? Little Jingyu, who was beside Su Yu, tugged at his hand and asked softly. Su Yu tilted his head to look and was slightly shocked. There was a strange dog 10,000 feet away from them. Its whole body was covered with barbs that looked like steel needles. The tips of the barbs were dark green, as if they had been dipped in poison. The dog's head extended from its forehead to both sides of its cheeks, and a dark red line of blood extended from its forehead. A pair of evil eyes were staring at Su Yu and little Jingyu, who had suddenly appeared. The dog stared at Su Yu, but did not attack. Instead, it turned around and left. However, right at that moment, it suddenly turned around and dashed in front of Su Yu at an astonishing speed. The two bloody lines on its forehead opened up eerily, and its entire head split open. Within the three halves of the head, there were layers upon layers of fangs, crisscrossing with each other. It was extremely hideous. Once it bit its prey, there was no way it could escape. Unfortunately, no matter how cunning it was no match for Su Yu's instinctive vigilance. With a contemptuous smile, Su Yu casually raised a divine sword, and the sword energy swept across, cutting the strange dog in half. Little Jingyu covered her face, half an eye peeking out from between her fingers. She approached Su Yu and said, "Uncle, this dog is so fierce." Su Yu said, "This is a corpse-loving dog. It was born with the level of a world senior. It is very dangerous. Luckily, Uncle is powerful." Little Jingyu looked up at Su Yu with admiration, revealing a delicate and brilliant smile. Su Yu raised his eyes and looked into the distance, shaking his head solemnly. "No, the danger I am talking about is not its natural cultivation level, but the fact that corpse-loving dogs never act alone. There are at least 10 of them, and as many as 1,000 of them, and among them there must be a dog king." Howl, as if responding to Su Yu's words, a loud and clear dog bark came from afar. Su Yu was at the bottom of a valley. The corpse-loving dog that he had just killed was at the top of the valley. It must have been a corpse-loving dog in charge of patrolling. Its death seemed to have attracted the attention of the other corpse-loving dogs. "We should not stay here for long. Let's go and meet up with Cabinet Master Mu," Su Yu said. He held little Jingyu's hand and soared into the sky. Unexpectedly, a loud cry for help came from the place where the dogs were barking. "Your Excellency, are you from the Starry Pavilion?" Please lend us a hand. Suyu was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he turned around and flew towards the place where the dogs were barking. Looking from above, 10 Level 1 Cavern World Senior corpse-loving dogs had surrounded a man and a woman in the center. The man and the woman were not weak. They both had the strength of a Level 1 Cavern World Senior. Relying on powerful divine techniques and divine weapons, they had been fighting against the 10 corpse-loving dogs until now. It was obvious that they wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, the corpse-loving dogs were very experienced in collective movement and did not give them a chance at all. They trapped them in the center of the encirclement and continued to deplete their divine energy. Now, their divine energy was running low and they were in a precarious situation. If they did not have external help, they would become food for the corpse-loving dogs sooner or later. Seeing Suyu approaching, the two of them looked excited. The young man shouted, "I am an appraiser from the Red Leaf Pavilion. Your Excellency has the aura of the Starry Pavilion's identity jade badge on you. You must be from the Starry Pavilion. Please lend us a hand." Red Leaf Pavilion? Suyu had a slight impression of it. Among the 100 pavilions, it was ranked very high. Unlike the Sword Pavilion, the Red Leaf Pavilion not only trained appraisers, but also young talents. It was said that they had cultivated a large number of amazing talents. This matter had alarmed a pavilion master, and he hereby commended them and summoned all the pavilions to learn from the Red Leaf Pavilion. Many pavilions followed suit and cultivated a terrifying number of young, strong men, and the Red Leaf Pavilion was one of the strongest. Not only that, but the Red Leaf Pavilion was also unique in all aspects of management and ranked among the best. In contrast, the Sword Pavilion was located in a remote area, and the number of young talents under its command was pitifully small. There was no one that could be used at all. In terms of management, its annual profit was less than that of the Red Leaf Pavilion in a month. As for talent, it was even more incomparable. The Red Leaf Pavilion was full of talents. For example, the Red Leaf Pavilion had as many as 3 talented talents who were proficient in the language of the foreign tribes that Mu Songhai regarded as a treasure. He did not expect to encounter the Red Leaf Pavilion here. Suyu muttered to himself. He was not someone who would stand by and watch others die. Furthermore, they were both from the Star Pavilion, and the Red Leaf Pavilion did not have any enmity with the Sword Pavilion. After thinking for some time, Suyu took out the beauty under the moon. Shreds of sharpness, law, gathered in his palm. The blade of the beauty under the moon had an additional layer of transparent crystal light. After confirming that Suyu was going to help, the two of them were overjoyed. The man said, "Sir, we are about to use our life-saving divine technique to break free from the attack of the corpse-loving dogs. Please cooperate with us and hold back the 2 corpse-loving dogs. If we can escape, we will reward you handsomely." Break free? Suyu rubbed his chin and nodded. He then shook his head. "It is a little troublesome. Forget it, let me do it. You just have to protect yourselves." The two of them were stunned for a moment. They could tell that Suyu's cultivation level was not as high as theirs, and that was why they had requested to hold back the 2 corpses. Chapter 1643. The youth was taken aback, but he quickly recovered and said to the woman beside him, "Ninth sister, we will cooperate with this colleague." The woman looked at Suyu in astonishment. She couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with Suyu's mind. He was inferior to them, yet he dared to say that he could face 10 high-level corpse-loving dogs alone? She couldn't trust Suyu, so she nodded and took out a bronze-colored windmill. "Once we break through the encirclement, activate this windmill." The youth cast a hopeful look at the windmill. Although it was an Emperor-level divine weapon, once activated, it could unleash a power no weaker than a real Emperor-level divine weapon. It only had one function: escape. The instant the windmill spun, it could carry them 10 billion miles away. Even if they were chased by the bronze overlords, they could escape safely. The only drawback was that it could only be used once. At the same time, The two of them each took out a powerful talisman, preparing to use their remaining divine powers to detonate the cannons. Life and death depended on this moment. Seeing Suyu rapidly approaching with the beauty under the moonlight in his hand, the two of them tensed. Once the other party attacked, it would be time for them to break through the encirclement. Swish! Suyu's clothes were as white as snow. He arrived nearby in a flash of lightning. He let out a soft shout. Dark night meteor thrust. In an instant, the sword of light in his hand, surrounded by moonlight, burst forth with a brilliant light that resembled falling meteors. They streaked across the sky, leaving beautiful marks. Each mark hit a corpse-loving dog. No matter how agile they seemed to be locked on by the light, unable to escape. When the man and woman saw this, their eyes flashed and they shouted, "Attack!" Silver Sky Fire Lion Hammer, 1,000-mile soul-chasing shuttle. Both of them took out their life-saving treasures at the same time, and a powerful shockwave erupted from them. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to cooperate with Suyu from the inside and outside to create an opening. At that time, the two of them could use the Rui windmill to escape millions of miles away. Their breaths froze for a moment as they stared at the changes in the battlefield, searching for the fleeting opportunity to break through. However, the two of them were slightly stunned. Before they could release their trump cards to attack, they heard 10 dull thuds. The 10 corpse-loving dogs were burned to ashes at the same time. Everything happened so suddenly that the necrophilia dog didn't even have time to let out a cry. As for the shockwaves they released, they swept up their ashes and scattered them in all directions, completely hitting nothing but air. The air was filled with scattered bone ashes, but their bodies were not aware of it. The two of them stared at Suyu as if they were looking at a ghost, and they were both horrified. After getting rid of the 10 corpse-loving dogs, Suyu casually brandished his sword and put away the beauty under the moon. He cupped his fists at them and said farewell. As he spoke, he turned around and prepared to leave. Only now did the two of them return to their senses. The young man's expression was now filled with deep reverence, or perhaps fear. He hurriedly said, "Thank you for your help, sir." Suyu shook his head. "We are all from the Starry Tower, so it is natural for us to help each other. You don't have to be so polite. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." The woman's charming eyes turned as she stepped forward and bowed gracefully. Her voice was sweet and pleasant to the ears. "I am Lan Yu of the Maple Leaf Pavilion Branch. May I know young master's great name?" Suyu took a look at her and discovered that she was a pretty woman. She was dressed in a snow-white robe, and she had a dark golden phoenix hairpin on her head. Her brows were as delicate as the mountains, and her facial features were as gentle as spring water. She had a pair of eyes that could speak, as if they contained thousands of words. At first glance, she was like a beauty in the water, delicate and pitiful. Among all the women Suyu had met, she would be among the top 10. Most men would be stunned by her beauty, but unfortunately she had met Suyu. Withdrawing his gaze, Suyu's expression was indifferent as he said, "Shui Yu, from the sword!" He stopped abruptly, as Suyu realized that the sword pavilion had made many enemies. He was alone, and it was best not to expose his origins. Seeing Suyu's expression of fear halfway through a sentence, the two of them understood tacitly. The 100 pavilions under Cabinet Master who were not very united. The two of them exchanged glances, secretly using secret soul techniques to communicate. "Ninth sister, there are only 2 pavilions with the word sword in them, right? One is the number 1 pavilion, the Sword Light Pavilion, and the other is the Sword Pavilion, which is located in a remote area. Which pavilion is Shuiyu from?" The woman, named Ninth Sister, laughed mockingly. "Are you teasing me, 8th brother? In a barren place like the Sword Pavilion, how could a pavilion branch cultivate a demon-like genius who could kill 10 level 1 Cavern World Venerables with a single sword strike?" Without a doubt, they assumed that Suyu was from the famous Sword Light Pavilion. The Sword Light Pavilion was second to none in terms of talent recruitment and annual turnover. Even the second-ranked Heavenly Music Pavilion was far from comparable. It is said that in the past 100 years, the Sword Light Pavilion has cultivated 3 star-level geniuses. This time, they have brought all of them, ready to soar into the sky in the ancient dream altar. Ninth sister said thoughtfully, "One of them has the surname Shui." Eighth brother said meaningfully, "Ninth sister, are you saying that he changed his name?" Ninth sister nodded. "It is highly possible. The Sword Light Pavilion has never announced their specific information. It is normal for them to change their surnames." Looking at Shuiyu, who was alone, eighth brother believed ninth sister's words. If that was the case, the two of them thought of the same thing. They would soon participate in the ancient dream altar. It would be much safer to travel with such powerful people. "Brother Shui, are you going to the headquarters of the Star Pavilion? If you don't mind, how about sharing our Rui Wind Chariot?" Ninth sister asked with an obedient and friendly look. Eighth brother said generously, "That's true. If brother Shui thinks highly of us, please do us the honor of traveling with us." Su Yu was completely unfamiliar with this area. He had no idea where the so-called headquarters of the Star Pavilion was located. If they were willing to lead the way, it would be great. "That's too serious. Let's travel together and take care of each other." Su Yu smiled. The two of them smiled and took out the Rui Wind Chariot. Ninth sister was a little distressed, but if she could make friends with such strong people, what was the harm in sacrificing a little, bringing little Jingyu with him? Su Yu stepped onto their Rui Wind Chariot. The Rui Wind Chariot looked simple on the outside, but its interior was a space cavern. Although it was not big, it was full of divine energy. It was an excellent place for training. Su Yu entered and chatted with them briefly. He learned that the Red Leaf Pavilion had encountered the ravages of the void on their way here. The difference was that they had encountered a more severe situation. Under the leadership of the Pavilion Branch Master, they had all evacuated from the backup exit. Unexpectedly, they were unlucky enough to be transported to the lair of a pack of corpse-loving dogs. The result was obvious. A dozen of them were attacked by hundreds of corpse-loving dogs. Among them, there were 3 overlord, corpse-loving dogs. What was more exaggerated was that one of them was about to become a silver overlord. Even the Pavilion Branch Master had a hard time dealing with them. He could not take care of the others. Just like that, under the attack of the bloodthirsty dogs, they were separated. Eighth brother and Jume fled to this place and were caught up by the 10 corpse-loving dogs. Just as they were about to fall into a predicament, Su Yu happened to appear nearby. The aura of the jade token of the Deputy Pavilion Master on his body resonated with the aura of the Praiser's jade tokens on the two of them. Thus, he pleaded for Su Yu's help. "It's strange. This place is so close to the Star Pavilion. How could there be a lair of the corpse-loving dogs?" Ninth sister raised her delicate eyebrows. Eighth brother's face was slightly grave. "This is indeed strange. There are countless capable people in the headquarters. Did no one discover the existence of this pack of corpse-loving dogs? This matter needs to be reported to the headquarters," eighth brother said thoughtfully. The group chatted for a while. Su Yu learned that it would take them 3 or 4 days to reach the headquarters. So he ended the conversation and went to a valley in the windmill world alone. After setting up an enchantment around him, Su Yu could not help but re-examine himself. Ever since he had broken through to the Tao God level, he had not had the time to examine himself. Now, before entering the headquarters, it was necessary to examine himself carefully. First, on his chest, there was an additional mark of an oil lamp. That was the mark of the Tao God. It was because of this mark that he could create rules at any time for his own use. For example, just now, the power of the beauty under the moonlight combined with the dark night meteor thrust could not have reached such a level where one sword could kill 10 enemies. However, With the help of the sharpness rule, the power of that sword had increased tenfold. With my current divine power, it is equivalent to a level 3 Cavern World Senior. However, with the help of the power of the Tao God, I can fight evenly with the Bronze Overlord without the World Annihilation Plate, Suyu analyzed. With such strength, it is more than enough to protect oneself in the Sword Pavilion territorial waters. However, it might not be the case in the ancient Dream Altar. Not only will the Heaven's Pridelings of the Stellar Pavilion be participating, but also the super geniuses of the entire sea of constellations. If they are not careful, they will be doomed. And this was without considering the fact that he had to face a tribulation, Transcender alone. Hence, Suyu could not delay in increasing his abilities. He took a deep breath, and the essence of boundless demonic swordsmanship automatically appeared in his mind. At the same time, he was multitasking. He took out a limestone slab and carved the words Heaven's Sun gazing at air on it. Ever since he broke through to the initial success stage of the soul-devouring realm, he seemed to have fallen into a bottleneck and was unable to take another step forward. He had thought of asking Yunyazi for the reason. Unfortunately, he had helped Suyu fight the sinful lady last time, and his soul had become thin. Now he was recuperating in the divine blood of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and could not respond to Suyu's request. Holding the green stone slab in his hand, Suyu studied it carefully. 3 days and 3 nights passed just like that. Big Brother Shui, we're almost there. A clear and bright voice came from outside the valley. Suyu put down the green stone slab. He could not get rid of the doubt between his brows. According to what the green stone slab said, Suyu did not lack the conditions to break through to the upper tier. But why had he not broken through that shackle yet? 3 days had passed. They should be arriving at the headquarters of the Stellar Pavilion soon, right? Putting away the green stone slab, Suyu took out the beauty under the moon. A wisp of pitch-black sword light revolved on both sides of the sword, emitting an extremely awe-inspiring aura. It was as if millions of demonic creatures had gathered on the sword's body. It could intimidate the enemy even before it could harm them. With the essence of boundless demonic sword's legacy, each stroke was stronger than the one before. The demonic moon revolving style, the dark night meteor thrust, and the third stroke was the boundless demonic gate. According to the legacy's introduction, when this swordsmanship was fully performed, it could summon the demonic gate and destroy the demonic sword. Chapter 1644. However, as he looked outside the valley, Suyu did not dare to try it. It would be bad if he caused too much of a commotion. Outside the valley, Lanyu was as beautiful as a fairy in the clouds. The wind blew against her white veil, causing her hair to flutter. Brother Shui, can you teach me sword techniques? Lanyu smiled shyly and affectionately. Suyu had seen many people before, so he naturally understood Lanyu's intentions. It seemed as if she had mistaken Suyu's identity, thinking that he was a disciple of the sword cabinet with a bright future. Hence, she had used the opportunity to teach him sword techniques to get closer to him. Suyu was not interested in her, but even if he was, how could he accept her kindness? I'm sorry, but my sword techniques came from an old senior. If he had not agreed, I would not have been able to pass them on. Suyu rejected her bluntly. Lanyu secretly rebuked him. What a fool! I don't care about your sword techniques. She rolled her eyes and said, Why don't we have a spar? After witnessing the power of Brother Shui's sword techniques, I have gained some enlightenment. Could you spar with me and give me some pointers? Me too. Me too. Little Jingyu looked at Lanyu, then at Suyu, then jumped and clapped happily. Suyu gently looked at little Jingyu and said, Fine, but we will not overdo it. With a flick of his wrist, the beauty under the moonlight fell into his palm. Lanyu took out an azure long sword embroidered with runes, which matched her temperament. She, who held the blue sword in her hand, was like a fairy wielding a sword, walking through the mortal world. Water Moon Cloud Technique. The The long sword in Lan Yu's hand rippled with layers of illusions. It was like the clouds in the water or the mist in the moon. She was clearly using her sword, but she could not lock onto the shape of the sword. Su Yu's expression was calm as he lightly waved his sword. Demon Moon Revolving Technique. A crescent-shaped sword energy swept over in a simple yet violent manner. Ding, ding, ding. Su Yu's wrist suddenly twisted, and the beauty under the moonlight accurately pointed the place where the sound had come from. Ding. A melodious voice rang out. The beauty under the moonlight accurately blocked the tip of an azure sword without missing a single inch. Lan Yu praised. Great swordsmanship. Her heart was filled with admiration as she thought to herself, as expected of one of the three most outstanding disciples of the sword light branch. His sword skills are even more exquisite than our pavilion masters. Unbelievable. However, the ripples in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. With such potential, he will definitely become a member of the Star Pavilion in the future. If I can become his... Thinking to this point, Lan Yu suddenly had an idea, and the sword in her hand suddenly shook. The tip of the sword avoided the beauty under the moonlight and pierced towards Su Yu. Her expression changed as she shouted, "Brother Shui, get out of the way!" However, since they were so close to each other, how could Su Yu be worried that the other party would suddenly make a mistake? Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce Su Yu's shoulder blade, Lan Yu raised her wrist at the critical moment, and the azure long sword pierced through Su Yu's armpit. However, Lan Yu's momentum did not slow down, and she plunged into Su Yu's embrace. Her soft body, which carried a sweet fragrance, pounced into Su Yu's embrace. Su Yu suddenly felt two shockingly soft lumps on his chest, as well as the hot and delicate body. For a moment, he could not help but feel restless. "Brother Shui, I'm sorry. I almost hurt you." Lan Yu, who was in his embrace, got up in a flustered manner and lowered her head apologetically. She had no intention of leaving Su Yu's embrace. Her face was flushed, and she looked like a ripe apple, waiting to be plucked at any time. Su Yu's eyes were clear, and he bit the tip of his tongue lightly. The pain made him quickly sober up, and he regained his senses. Without batting an eyelid, Su Yu took out the azure long sword from his armpit and returned it to Lan Yu. He calmly said, "I'm fine." Lan Yu's face was flushed. She turned around and said, "Brother Shui, don't tell anyone about what happened today. I have never thrown myself into someone's embrace." Her words were not false. Lan Yu had always maintained her beauty, and she would not easily give in to her pursuers. She wanted to maintain a pure and clean image. For many years, no one had touched her. It was the first time that she had thrown herself into his embrace. Su Yu smiled indifferently, and he watched her leave. "Humph!" A childish, displeased voice drifted into Su Yu's ears. Su Yu tilted his head and saw that it was little Jingyu, who was looking at him with her arms crossed. She said, "Humph, I don't like you any more." Su Yu squatted down and stroked her head. He asked why. "I don't know." Little Jingyu pouted. "Anyway, I don't like it when you get close to other girls." Su Yu smiled as he looked at her mischievous look. It turned out that the quiet, fairy-like Xia Jingyu had also been mischievous when she was a young girl. "Then, what do you want to do to forgive me?" Su Yu asked with a smile. Little Jingyu thought about it for a moment, then pointed at herself, then at Su Yu. "I want to do what I did just now, and throw myself into your embrace." Su Yu smiled, then stood up and opened his arms. "Come on." Little Jingyu smiled brightly, then threw herself into Su Yu's embrace. In the end, little Jingyu only reached Su Yu's waist. She raised her head gloomily and said, "It's not like that. Let's do it again." Outside the valley, a warm atmosphere filled the air. Half a day later, the space of the windmill world shook, and Su Yu left with little Jingyu. Looking from outside, the windmill world was full of cracks. It had reached its limit and was about to be scrapped. Fortunately, they were almost at the headquarters of the starry cabinet. From afar, they could see 9 humongous stars hanging in the sky, emitting a dazzling brilliance. "Brother Shui, let me accompany you to the star that belongs to the Sword Brilliance cabinet." Lan Yu's eyes were filled with shyness, and she naturally stood close to Su Yu. Mina saw this, and a worried look appeared on its face. He had agreed to befriend Shui Yu, but Lan Yu's friendship might cause him some trouble. There were more than 1 or 2 admirers of Lan Yu in the Red Leaf Cabinet, and one of them was even the Deputy Cabinet Master. That kind of status was not something Shui Yu could compare with. If they really fought, Shui Yu would definitely be at a disadvantage. He did not want to distance himself from Shui Yu because of this. "No, Miss Lan, you go first." Su Yu smiled. Lan Yu wanted to accompany him, but after thinking about it, Shui Yu was a loner, so the Sword Brilliance cabinet must have something to ask of him. If she did not even have the ability to discern this, Shui Yu would probably be displeased. "All right, when our cabinet is done, I will personally go to the Sword Brilliance cabinet to look for you." Lan Yu cast a sparkling look at him, and then ran away shyly. The 8th brother bowed to Su Yu in awe. "I will take my leave first." The two left together, walking towards the orange-red star. Coincidentally, when they entered, a group of young heroes in gorgeous clothes strolled out leisurely. Their cultivation was not ordinary, and the weakest among them was a level 3 Cavern World Senior. The strongest was the young man with the thunderbolt mark on his face. He was quite handsome, and his eyes were filled with natural arrogance. When the two met, they stopped for a moment. The young man with the thunderbolt led his entourage forward and greeted them politely. "Miss Lan and Brother Yuan from the Red Leaf Cabinet." Lan Yu looked at him indifferently. "Who are you?" The young man with the thunderbolt was slightly embarrassed, but he did not dare to get angry. Instead, he smiled apologetically. "Miss Lan, you are forgetful. I am Zhao Jiling from the Yinchuan Cabinet." Lan Yu searched his name in her mind and shook her head coldly. "Sorry, I don't know you. Goodbye." When she finished speaking, she soared into the sky. The 8th brother looked straight ahead, as if he did not care about the Yinchuan cabinet at all. After the two left, the handsome young man stared at their backs. His muscles twitched slightly as he snorted coldly. "What's so great about them? Aren't they just from the Red Leaf Cabinet?" An entourage next to them stared at their backs and said, "Lan Yu, Yuan Yun Gang is one of the 9 strongest disciples of the Red Leaf Cabinet this year. Their abilities are much stronger than yours. You'd better find a way to get close to them. If you can get their care in the ancient dream altar, it will be much better." The handsome young man looked unconvinced, but his lips twitched a few times, and he swallowed his words. Indeed, they could only curry favor with the Red Leaf Cabinet. Before long, Su Yu arrived at the Red Star where Cabinet Master Hu was. It was easy to find where Cabinet Master Hu was. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he found an exaggerated number of strong men gathered somewhere. Hiss! How many cabinet masters have come from the Star Pavilion this time? Su Yu was amazed. With a sweep of his divine telekinesis, he was able to detect at least 50 Overlord-class experts. Although most of them were bronze overlords, the sheer number was enough to surprise Su Yu. He had never seen so many overlords. Strange, wasn't it said that only the Sword Pavilion branch was invited to participate in the ancient dream altar? Why did the other pavilions arrive one after another? Could it be that there are other major events to be announced other than the ancient dream altar? So much so that Cabinet Master Hu has gathered all the pavilions under his jurisdiction? With doubts in his mind, Su Yu stepped into the area. As soon as he entered, he immediately sensed Mu Songhai and Yen Changhong's auras. However, for some unknown reason, it was as if their senses had been blocked, and they did not detect Su Yu's presence. "Who are you?" This was a courtyard with a lot of artificial mountains. Many young men of different ages each occupied an artificial mountain. In the courtyard, the cabinet masters of the various regions stood in a row. They faced the courtyard respectfully toward a cottage that emitted the fragrance of elixirs. Their expressions were respectful, not daring to show the slightest hint of disobedience. It was as if there was a great person in that cottage who held the life and death of this group of overlords in his hands. Su Yu's arrival naturally alarmed the young men in the artificial mountains. One of them frowned and asked about Su Yu's origin. Su Yu said, "Shui Yu from the Sword Pavilion branch." As he spoke, he scanned the various cabinet masters in the courtyard, but did not find any trace of Mu Songhai and Yen Changhong. "Haha, then you are late." The young man glanced at Su Yu and laughed. Su Yu couldn't care less about his sarcastic tone, and he asked, "May I ask the reason for this?" The young man said, "Why else? I did not do my job well and lost someone important to cabinet master who I was reprimanded alone." The person who had lost was undoubtedly Su Yu. He did not expect to inadvertently cause trouble for Mu Songhai. He could not help but feel ashamed. However, if it was just a reprimand, it was not a big deal. "I see," Su Yu said softly. The young man looked at Su Yu strangely. "Are you really from the Sword Pavilion branch? Your cabinet master and deputy cabinet master are about to be removed from their positions as cabinet masters, and you still have an expression of indifference? What, removed from their positions? Isn't this a reprimand?" Su Yu said in surprise. The young man mocked, that is if the Sword Pavilion branch master did not make a mistake. Back then, she was the cabinet master, that cabinet master who valued the most. In the end, she made a huge mistake and was demoted to the Sword Pavilion's C region. Now that she has made another mistake, the reprimand is equivalent to removing her from her position. Made a huge mistake back then? Although Su Yu was surprised, he knew it was not the time to look into it. Chapter 1645. Inside the thatched hut, the pilchi was like clouds, and the humid air was filled with a sweet fragrance. Behind a purple-gold bamboo curtain, a slightly plump middle-aged man in luxurious clothes could be vaguely seen, carefully concocting a pale recipe. Outside the bamboo curtain, 3 people stood side by side. Among them were Mu Songhai and Yen Changhong. There was also a stout old man with a pair of pupils that emitted dangerous arcs. The thatched hut was silent for a long time. Only the faint movements of the chubby middle-aged man could be heard. But Mu Songhai and Yen Changhong felt stifled, as if they were being tortured in silence. Sigh. The chubby middle-aged man finished concocting an elixir formula, put down the elixir formula in his hand, and sighed softly. "Forget it. This is the will of the heavens." The leaping space mystic cave suddenly became chaotic, and even if Pavilion Master was there, he wouldn't be able to help. It's already good enough that Pavilion Master Mu came back safely. You can't be blamed for this. Pavilion Master! The eyes of the stout old man flickered. He took half a step forward and cupped his hands. 30,000 years ago, Pavilion Master Mu caused the heavenly stem star tribulation, causing the deaths of many important members of the Star Pavilion. She was sent to the Sword Pavilion branch to reflect on her mistakes. Now that she has caused trouble again, if we let her off easily, how can we face our dead colleagues? The heavenly stem star tribulation was a tragedy that happened in the Star Pavilion 30,000 years ago. It was the great beginning realm's Gregorian calendar, the heavenly stem year. An ancient star streaked across the sky of the great beginning realm and fell into the constellation Sea. At that time, Mu Songhai was one of the 9 pavilion masters of the Star Pavilion. She and the other pavilion masters were all alarmed and joined forces to go to the place where the ancient star fell to investigate. Who would have thought that the ancient star was hiding a mystery? Several pavilion heads successively fell into it. Mu Songhai was no exception. Their cultivation bases and god blood had been assimilated by Guxing and made them his. Several pavilion masters were killed on the spot. Mu Songhai was afraid of death. At the critical moment, he killed the other pavilion leaders and used their divine blood to execute the forbidden technique of the Star Pavilion to escape. Of the 8 pavilion masters who went together, 7 died, and only Mu Songhai managed to escape. This matter shocked the Star Pavilion. They had never suffered such a huge loss before. The 3 pavilion masters came out and personally searched Mu Songhai's soul. When they discovered Mu Songhai's pathetic state, they were furious. A pavilion venerable attacked on the spot and killed Mu Songhai. However, one of the pavilion masters saved her life on account of Mu Songhai's great contributions to the Star Pavilion. However, the punishment was that he would be stripped of his position as pavilion master and sent to the savage sea domain. Although 30,000 years had passed, the shadow still lingered in the hearts of every Star Pavilion member who had experienced that era. They could not forget that after the death of the 7 pavilion masters, the Star Pavilion was in a precarious situation. There were endless internal disputes, external expansion was blocked, and blood was everywhere. It was all thanks to the 3 cabinet masters that the situation was stabilized, and they gradually got through that difficult period. That event was known as the Heavenly Stem Star Tribulation. Some of the descendants of the pavilion masters who were buried in the Star Pavilion still remained in the Star Pavilion and became the Pavilion Branch Masters. Unfortunately, 3 of them were under the jurisdiction of Pavilion Master, who, just like Mu Songhai. This included the middle-aged man with dual pupils, Yin Chuan Branch Pavilion Master, Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Mu Songhai opened his mouth, but did not say a word. Yan Changhong glared at him and said, "Pavilion Master Zhao, many years have passed, and the 3 pavilion masters have forgiven us. Why are you still pestering them?" Zhao Fu sneered coldly. "What a joke! You might as well ask the old people in the Star Pavilion if they have forgiven her. You're abusing your position to take revenge," Yan Changhong said in disgust. "Haha, you, Mu Songhai, are not doing your job well, and you still want others to take revenge?" Zhao Fu smiled coldly. "I'm thinking that when the Mystic Leaping Cave was in chaos, you wouldn't have played the same trick again and sacrificed the Deputy Pavilion Master to prolong your pathetic life, would you? How dare you?" Yan Changhong had always respected Mu Songhai and would not allow others to slander him. "The people we sent are still searching everywhere. How can it be so easy to determine that he is dead, let alone slandering the Pavilion Master?" Zhao Fu sneered and did not say anything. His disdainful eyes seemed to be saying that Mu Songhai had a criminal record. What was so impossible about this? Enough! An exhausted shout was heard. It was Pavilion Master Hu. He rubbed his eyebrows and asked Zhao Fu, "Have you searched the alternate exit of the Mystic Leaping Cave and the possible teleportation place?" Zhao Fu said, "Pavilion Master, we have searched them all." As such, the chances of Shuiyu dying in the Mystic Leaping Cave were very high. Yan Changhong said, "Sir, the Pavilion Masters being searched are most likely related to Pavilion Master Zhao. Among them is even his biological brother, Zhao Zhiling. May I ask if Sir can be at ease with such a search?" Zhao Fu's eyes narrowed. "Little girl, are you saying that I used my personal convenience to disrupt the search for Shuiyu?" Yan Changhong laughed coldly. "You know very well." Zhao Fu released a threatening aura and stared at Yan Changhong. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If Deputy Pavilion Master Yan spouts any more nonsense, don't blame me for cleaning up Mu Songhai's mess." In fact, Zhao Fu had not only secretly instructed his acquaintances to slow down the search for Suyu, he had also secretly instructed his brother, Zhao Zhiling, to kill Suyu if he had the confidence to do so. Everything he had done was to make Mu Songhai's crime a reality. Yan Changhong glared at him furiously, but did not dare continue. Zhao Fu's abilities were ranked first among the Pavilion Masters, under Pavilion Master, whose jurisdiction. Mu Songhai's current abilities were not up to par. If they really fought, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. She was furious at Zhao Fu's treachery and furious at Shuiyu. What a piece of trash. He's still causing us trouble, even after he's dead. Yan Changhong vented her anger on Suyu, thinking to herself, joining our pavilion master has caused us a lot of trouble. Thinking about how Pavilion Master Mu had traveled hundreds of millions of miles to Twin Star Island to rescue him, Yan Changhong was even more displeased. Isn't it just a little bit of talent in the language of the foreign tribes? Her talent for cultivation is practically zero. Such a person, no matter how much we nurture her, will not be able to withstand the pressure of time. Sooner or later, she will be nothing but dust. If I had known this would happen, I would have tried my best to dissuade Pavilion Master from recruiting her. Zhao Fu cupped his hands and raised his voice. Pavilion Master Hu, perhaps you have not been in the Starry Pavilion for long and do not know the Starry Pavilion's hatred for Mu Songhai. If Pavilion Master, whose punishment is unfair, I think not only will I not agree to it, but the descendants of the Pavilion Master will also not agree to it. Even the 3 Pavilion Masters will not agree to it. There was a hint of threat in his words. After all, he was the Pavilion Master's descendant and had deep connections in the Starry Pavilion. He was not completely afraid of Pavilion Master Hu. Pavilion Master Hu stared deeply at Zhao Fu. No one knew what he was thinking. Forget it. Mu Songhai sighed. He shook his head. Since it has come to this, I will not explain too much. I am willing to accept the punishment. Pavilion Master Hu, you do not have to lose faith in the Starry Pavilion because of this. Zhao Fu was delighted when he heard that. He chuckled. What? You finally admit that you killed the Deputy Pavilion Master, just like how you mercilessly killed your colleagues in order to save your worthless life. Mu Songhai remained silent as if he had accepted his fate. Only Yan Changhong was anxious, hateful, and resentful. How she wished that Shuiyu had never appeared. Otherwise, how could the Pavilion Master, who had lived in seclusion for so many years, be caught by the enemy branch and attacked without restraint? At this moment, at the door of the thatched hut, an alchemy boy guarding the door hurriedly ran in and sent a voice transmission to Pavilion Master Hu. Pavilion Master Hu's solemn expression gradually eased. Then he became indifferent. Pavilion Master Mu, please go back. You did not do anything wrong this time. You do not need to be punished, Pavilion Master Hu said. Mu Songhai was stunned. Did not do anything wrong? Pavilion Master's decision just now was to bypass her once. In other words, he was implying that she was guilty but was forgiven. Why did the alchemy boy's words contradict the Pavilion Master's decision? Zhao Fu was also stunned. He said in a deep voice, Pavilion Master, please make a decision carefully. Mu Songhai killed his subordinates. It is intolerable. How can we easily, Pavilion Master Zhao? Pavilion Master, who stared at him indifferently. As you said, you can eat whatever you want, but how can you say whatever you want? That Shuiyu was clearly waiting outside. Why are you so sure that he was killed? What? Not only Pavilion Master Zhao, but Mu Songhai was also shocked. Pavilion Master Hu smiled. Pavilion Master Mu, please go. I believe you have a lot to say to each other. Mu Songhai was relieved. He said, Pavilion Master, you personally picked this person. Why don't you invite him in to meet you? Although I picked him, it was Pavilion Master Mu's decision to bring him into the branch. You should train him well, Pavilion Master Hu said sincerely. He wanted to lend a helping hand to the demoted Mu Songhai. Understanding his meaning, Mu Songhai bowed gratefully and left. How could Zhao Fu accept such an ending? He stepped out of the thatched hut angrily and saw Mu Songhai, Yan Changhong, and a young man talking. The young man looked exactly like the missing Shuiyu. Are you Shuiyu? Zhao Fu stepped forward and asked. He looked like he was interrogating a subordinate. Suyu glanced at him and continued talking with Mu Songhai as if there was no one else around. He described in detail what happened after the leaping space mysterious cave, but of course he deliberately left out some parts. Being ignored, Zhao Fu laughed angrily. Who do you think you are? How dare you ignore me? Su Yu raised his eyebrows and said, Pavilion Master, do you hear something howling? Mu Songhai chuckled. Maybe it's a dog howling from somewhere. Don't mind it. Let's find a place to talk. Yen Changhong giggled, feeling elated. Everyone who noticed this scene was extremely astounded. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. A deputy pavilion master dares to treat the pavilion master of Yin Chuan's branch like this. He's digging his own grave. Isn't that right? Who is Zhao Fu? Although he is no longer as glorious as he was in the past, his connections are still there. It's a piece of cake for him to deal with Shuiyu. Zhao Fu waved his hand and left. He walked to the base of Yin Chuan's branch, his face gloomy. After a moment of silence, he said, Jiling, how's the recovery of the thief you rescued a year ago? Zhao, Jiling said. He recovered a few months ago, and under the nurturing of our branch, his cultivation has broken through to the level of Cave World Senior. Then, have you controlled him? Zhao Fu's eyes flashed. Zhao, Jiling laughed evilly. Don't worry, he has been taking the Wuxin death powder for 49 consecutive days. Unless he wants to die, he will have to work for us obediently. Zhao Fu was relieved. He said coldly, All right, tell him that it's time for him to come in handy. Father, please say it. Zhao Jiling said evilly. Zhao Fu laughed coldly. It's very simple. I have a way to make Mu Songhai and Shui Yu perish eternally. He transmitted his voice and told him the specific method. Chapter 1646. Zhao Fu stroked his beard, coldly grunting. There's no rush. That method needs to be used at the most appropriate time, not later or earlier. What do we do now? Do we just let them wander around in front of us? Zhao Jiling said resentfully. If not for Mu Songhai, would our Zhao family have fallen to the level of a mere pavilion master? Mu Songhai, that coward, is only willing to show himself after the headquarters has gathered all the pavilions. I cannot tolerate her doing just fine. Zhao Fu's eyes were filled with a sinister sneer. Doing just fine? Haha, that's only if I agree. Hearing this, Zhao Jiling knew that his father was prepared and let out a knowing smile. This star had 101 districts. The central district was where the pavilion masters were. The other 100 districts were for the various pavilion masters, specially built for them to stay at the headquarters. Mu Songhai led them to the Sword Pavilion Branch District. As he flew over, Su Yu suddenly felt many fierce gazes on him. There was a bit of hostility in their gazes. Su Yu was slightly surprised. According to Mu Songhai, she had only offended a few people. Looking at the situation before him, it did not seem as simple as one or two. Pavilion Master, why? Su Yu looked down at a pavilion master who was glaring at them, his eyes revealing an inquisitive expression. Mu Songhai sighed, finding it difficult to speak. Deputy Pavilion Master Shui, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yen Changhong stared at Su Yu with dissatisfaction. Sensing Yen Changhong's hostility, Su Yu shrugged his shoulders, not taking it to heart. Su Yu was well aware of the reason for her hostility. It was probably jealousy. Yen Changhong grunted, raised her snow-white neck, and turned her head in disdain. At this moment, a coarse, cold laugh came from below. Mu Songhai, you still have the face to show yourself? Below them, on a bustling palace, stood an old man dressed in leopard skin. He had long gray hair, and there was a blood mark between his brows. His eyes were like a tiger's, exceptionally fierce. Yen Changhong looked down, her expression changing. She exclaimed in a low voice, Yixin, what bad luck to bump into this guy. Su Yu's heart stirred. Mu Songhai had once said that there was a person called Yixin in the opposing pavilion branch. From the looks of it now, There was no doubt that it was him. Yi Xin's cultivation was terrifying. Su Yu stared at him for a while, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The feeling was like a mortal facing a wild wolf. Of all the pavilion masters he had met along the way, this person was probably second only to Zhao Fu. However, it was said that Yi Shun's background was 10 times stronger than Zhao Fu's. In terms of threat, Wild God far surpassed Zhao Fu. Mu Sanhai stopped and said calmly, "What's the matter?" Ino Shin stared at her with hatred. He clenched his teeth and sneered. "Don't worry. However, do not fly over our pavilion's territory. In the headquarters of the Star Pavilion, no one dared to have a private fight." Yen Changhong said angrily, "You didn't open up this place. Why can't I fly over it? Don't go too far." Scram! How can a junior like you interrupt when this pavilion is speaking? Wild God shouted coldly. His voice was filled with savagery, and it had the magical effect of intimidating people. Instantly, Yen Changhong's heart palpitated inexplicably and panicked. Her limbs trembled, her lips trembled, and her eyes revealed a natural fear. The onlookers nearby could not help but laugh coldly. Hee, there's going to be a good show. Mu Sanhai killed Yi Xin's elder brother back then. He had threatened many times that he would personally take Mu Sanhai's head to pay tribute to his elder brother. I really can't understand why someone would follow Mu Sanhai, that bastard. Hey, what's so strange about that? What kind of powerful people would be willing to follow her? Didn't you see that when Wild God roared, the 2 people who followed him immediately turned into turtles? Hee, 2 good-for-nothings. No wonder they were willing to follow Mu Sanhai. The harsh words fell into Yen Changhong's ears. She felt humiliated and angry, but her body could not help but feel terrified. She could not refute them. "Excuse me, Pavilion Master Yi Xin, have you been promoted to Pavilion Master?" Unexpectedly, Su Yu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. His expression was calm. Not only did he not panic, but he was also unusually quiet. Wild God was secretly surprised. His roar, just now, could only be resisted by the silver overlord of the same generation. That kid was merely a level 3 Cavern World senior. How could he have the ability to resist his roar? However, he did not dare to admit that he was the Pavilion Master. He sneered, "Kid, you have ulterior motives." Su Yu said indifferently, "So, you are not the Pavilion Master?" "Nonsense. Our Pavilion Master is only Lord Hu. Don't you dare mislead us with your lies." His words were interrupted by Su Yu. "Then why are you being so long-winded?" Wild God was startled, but Su Yu did not give him a chance to refute. "If you are not the Pavilion Master, then who gave you the right to forbid us from passing through this airspace? Or rather, who do you think you are? Who can make decisions in Pavilion Master, whose territory?" His rebuttal made Wild God laugh in anger. No one likes to listen to your nonsense," Su Yu said indifferently. He took a step forward, his eyes filled with deep disdain for Wild God. Mu Sanhai was startled. He sighed and walked over with an indifferent look on his face. Yen Changhong was still panicking. With Mu Sanhai's help, she barely crossed the airspace. When they landed in the area of the Sword Pavilion, Yen Changhong's panic disappeared. She patted her chest to calm herself down. Her gaze fell on Su Yu, who was sitting casually, and she could not help but feel ashamed, especially when she recalled how pathetic she had been in front of Wild God. She felt even more ashamed. She clenched her teeth, stomped her feet, and entered the room with a sullen air. Mu Sanhai looked at Su Yu seriously. He muttered to himself for a long time, "Shui Yu, come to my room. I have something to tell you." "Oh." Su Yu nodded. Inside the room, Mu Sanhai said, "Do you want to know why so many Pavilion Masters of the Star Pavilion are hostile to me?" Su Yu thought for a moment, then said, "Yes, but if Pavilion Master has something that is difficult to say, you do not have to say it. If you want to know, It is my fault for hiding it from you until now. Now that things have come to this, I can no longer hide it from you, Moot Songhai said slowly. Then she began to talk to herself, recounting the events of the past. After learning about the Heavenly Stem starry disaster, Suyu was shocked. 7 Pavilion Masters had fallen 30,000 years ago. The abilities of each Pavilion Master were usually close to the Martial Emperor level, and there were 7 of them. The Star Pavilion of today was already so powerful that it was unsettling. What kind of terrifying colossus would it have been when it was at its peak? However, when Moot Songhai recounted that she had sacrificed 7 Pavilion Masters to escape with her life, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Moot Songhai looked straight at Suyu, saying, "After hearing this, do you have anything to say?" Suyu said without hesitation, "With the character of the Pavilion Master, it is indeed despicable." A bitter smile appeared on Moot Songhai's lips, but Suyu said, "However, there is no perfect person in this world. To judge a person's good or evil, it is not a moment, but a lifetime." After a long time, Moot Songhai's old face showed a hint of relief. A lifetime? Huh. She looked deeply at Suyu, her eyes flickering with an unknown meaning. After a long time, she said, "You should rest first. Tomorrow night, the Deputy Pavilion Master has invited all the Pavilion Masters to a banquet. You have to go." Suyu could tell from Moot Songhai's words that the banquet would not be easy. Nodding, Suyu said, "I understand." "Wait." Moot Songhai called out to Suyu, hesitation flashing across her face. She then took out a thumb-sized grayish-black stone from her sleeve. Its surface was smooth and delicate, and its material was similar to graphite. But it glowed with a faint crystal light, like a type of crystal. It was the first time Suyu had seen such a strange stone. "What have you been trying to comprehend recently?" Moot Songhai asked. Suyu was immediately on guard. Recently, he had indeed been trying to comprehend the heaven's sun gazing at air, but he was stuck at this level and had no clue. But how did Moot Songhai know? "I see that your eyebrows are like silk, and your whole body is shrouded in a hazy aura. You must have encountered a bottleneck in comprehending some powerful divine technique." Moot Songhai's seemingly turbid eyes were like fiery eyes that could see through the world, penetrating Suyu's heart. Suyu was secretly surprised. Moot Songhai was indeed worthy of being one of the 9 great Pavilion Masters. Although her cultivation was far from what it had been in the past because of her injuries, her vision had not regressed. "Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master. Recently, I have indeed had some difficulties in comprehending." Suyu sighed. Moot Songhai handed over the grayish-black stone. "Grind this into powder and mix it into a medicinal soup. Soak in it. It will be extremely beneficial for comprehension." Oh, Suyu's heart was unmoved. Comprehending the path of divine techniques, the most important thing was talent, followed by time. He had never heard of an external object that could aid in the comprehension of divine techniques. But out of courtesy, Suyu still accepted it and thanked him. As if he had seen through Suyu's thoughts, Moot Songhai laughed lightly. "The great beginning realm is filled with all sorts of strange things. Since the dragon marrow can aid in the comprehension of the divine path, how do you know that there is nothing in this world that can aid in the comprehension of divine techniques?" Suyu could not help but look at the grayish-black stone again. The dragon marrow could aid in the comprehension of divine techniques because the divine dragon innately grasped the great path and was the closest to the various divine paths. Its spinal cord gathered the essence of the divine dragon and could naturally aid in the comprehension of the divine path. As for divine techniques, what in this world contain the essence of divine techniques? But Moot Songhai's words stirred Suyu's heart. She must not have said this without thinking. "Thank you, Pavilion Master, for your kindness." Suyu bid farewell to her and returned to his room. Filled with curiosity, Suyu immediately fetched a huge wooden bucket and filled it with rootless water. Then, He threw the grayish-black stone into the bucket. An unexpected scene occurred. The seemingly ordinary stone, after being thrown into the bucket, was like water or boiling oil. Crackle! The entire bucket of water boiled violently and continued to tumble, splashing waves 3 to 4 feet high. The water also quickly turned from a clear state to a grayish-black, viscous state. A pungent, burning smell rose from the wooden bucket into the sky. It was extremely pungent. Staring at the wooden bucket, the corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. Chapter 1647. What was that stone? A piece the size of a thumb could be used to make a whole barrel of paste. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yu took off his clothes and jumped into the barrel. As soon as he entered, Su Yu almost jumped up in shock, crying out in pain, "What are these things?" In his perception, this barrel was not a sticky substance. It was clearly a barrel of lava. Even though he had a strong resistance to pain, he could not recognize the source of the pain. The burning pain did not lessen as his body adapted. Instead, the sticky substance entered his skin through his hair follicles, causing intense burning pain under his skin. At this moment, Su Yu doubted Mu Songhai's intentions. But Su Yu maintained his rationality, forcing himself to endure the burning pain. Finally, after enduring for 10 breaths, when Su Yu felt that his body was about to turn into ashes and his consciousness was about to collapse, a strange, cool feeling came from under his skin. It was the sticky substance that had seeped in. After fusing with the blood, it gave birth to a strange, cool feeling. The feeling spread from under his skin to his limbs and bones, making Su Yu's entire body feel clear and comfortable. It was as if he had eaten 10,000 ginseng fruits. After the excruciating pain, it was paradise. If he had to describe this feeling, there was only one word: putting oneself on the edge of death to survive. Su Yu's mind had an epiphany. Destruction before establishment. Destruction before establishment. He immediately tried to comprehend the heaven's sun gazing at air technique, and was surprised to find that the confusion he had felt before were gone. With the help of the cool feeling of life after death, Su Yu found that it was much easier to comprehend. It was as if he could comprehend the shackles in the next moment. But the cool feeling disappeared as quickly as it came. The effect of the sticky substance had worn off. If he wanted to experience it again, he would have to endure the torment of 2 levels of heaven again. But for Su Yu, who had tasted the sweetness, what was the pain? As long as he could comprehend the soul-devouring realm, everything would be worth it. Hiss! Su Yu, who had started again, fell into a burning pain that made him wish he was dead. What followed was a sudden, cooling sensation. The collision of the 2 extreme sensations created endless possibilities for Su Yu's comprehension. Time passed bit by bit. Su Yu grasped every second to comprehend. Soul-devouring. Soul-devouring. Finally, after experiencing hundreds and thousands of cycles of pain and pleasure, he vaguely caught a thread of inspiration. It was as if a star had suddenly appeared in the dark night sky. Although it was weak, the glimmer was particularly eye-catching. For someone who had been stuck in this realm for a long time, how precious was that inspiration that was hard to come by. Su Yu could not contain his excitement. He followed that thread of inspiration and continued to explore. As the comprehension grew clearer, the feeling of coming into contact with the essence and finding the true meaning became more and more obvious. His many years of experience told Su Yu that a breakthrough was just around the corner. According to the introduction of the heaven's sun gazing at air, great mastery of the soul-devouring realm could devour the divine souls of overlord-class beings. The book didn't specify what kind of overlord it was. Because of this, people were looking forward to it. If he could take this step, his progress in the Tao of the soul would be close to Yun Yazi's. The breakthrough was right in front of him, until a wild roar filled with deterrence directly rushed into his soul realm. The stars he was comprehending suddenly dimmed and disappeared into the darkness. Su Yu's pursuit of enlightenment came to an abrupt halt. The great sense of loss caused Su Yu's soul to tremble violently, and his mind was greatly impacted. He was in seclusion in the wooden barrel. His eyes were closed, and traces of milky, white, divine blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. When he opened his eyes, they were blood-red. Wah! Su Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which soaked a large part of his chest. When his enlightenment was about to break through the bottleneck, it was forcibly interrupted, and his soul was severely damaged. Even his body had symptoms of vomiting blood that did not match his soul. If Su Yu's soul had not reached the level 1 Cavern World Master level and barely stabilized his soul, just now his soul would have left his body in the impact. He was a body that had been seized. If his soul left his body, it would be difficult to return. Almost by a hair's breadth, he had almost wasted all his previous efforts and lost everything he had worked hard for. Looking at the wooden barrel under him, the water was clear again without any impurities, let alone sticky substances. The enlightenment could no longer continue. What was even more unfortunate was that he had endured the pain of hundreds and thousands of reincarnations before he finally caught a glimpse of the breakthrough inspiration. In the end, it was snuffed out by someone. He had already set up enchantments in the side room. Unless it was intentional, there would be no sound coming in at all. Someone had discovered that Su Yu was at a critical moment of meditation and deliberately disturbed him, and that wild roar, which was full of deterrence, could not have come from a second person. Wild deity. Su Yu rarely hated anyone. Even Jian Ruxiong, who had chased him to the ends of the earth, only wanted to kill him, not hate him. But wild deity, he wiped the divine blood from the corners of his mouth and eyes, and his eyes were cold and stern. Su Yu climbed out of the wooden barrel, feeling weak all over. It was the side effect of his soul almost leaving his body. As long as he rested for a while, his soul and body would be reunited, and the weakness would disappear automatically. He put on his clothes and came out of the side room. Mu Tsanhai and Yen Changhong had already leaped out of the side room and were facing Wild Deity in the sky. Wild Deity had a provocative smile on his face. He had forcibly occupied their territory. When he noticed Su Yu's appearance, his lips curled into a beastly smile. Bastard, how does it feel? It must be very uncomfortable to have your enlightenment interrupted, right? Su Yu stared at him, suppressing the urge to attack. First, this was the headquarters of the Starry Pavilion. Whoever attacked first would die first. Second, his body was weak. Even if he attacked, he would only be humiliating himself. Third, the person behind Wild Deity had yet to appear. Mu Tsanhai rushed over to check on Su Yu's body. His face was filled with anger. Wild Deity, there must be a bottom line. You are a pavilion master, plotting against a deputy pavilion masters junior. Don't you think it's shameless? Wild Deity's nose was in the air. When this little bastard humiliated me in front of everyone, did he ever treat me as a senior? I interrupted his enlightenment to teach him a lesson. I want him to understand that in front of me, Wild Deity, he is nothing. Humph. Mu Tsanhai clenched his fists, his aura surging. It could be seen that she was truly furious. Wild Deity. Mu Tsanhai's tone was low and furious. You can bully me, but if you bully my people, I will not let you off. Her 10 fingers rotated, forming a seal. She could no longer hold back and chose to attack. Unfortunately, she did not realize that Wild Deity's lips were slightly curled up. It was a sinister smile that indicated his plot had succeeded. However, just as she was about to attack, Su Yu strode over and pressed down on her shoulder. A gust of power of law surged into Mu Tsanhai's body from his palm, quickly calming the surging divine energy. Mu Tsanhai looked at Su Yu in shock. The divine energy of a silver overlord was actually calmed by a cave world senior? His heart was in turmoil. The seemingly simple action made Mu Tsanhai feel as if he had seen the tip of the iceberg, and he was horrified. Pavilion Master, don't be fooled. Take a closer look around. Su Yu said in a low voice. Mu Songhai's attention was diverted. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he was suddenly shocked. He laughed angrily. You are a disgrace to your elders. Which of the 7 great pavilion masters wasn't a hero? How could their descendants be so insignificant? Wild Deity's face stiffened, and he was extremely disappointed. He stared at Su Yu with extreme hatred. Little bastard, you have ruined my plan again. Do you think you have a long life? Cough, cough. Su Yu coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He stared at him and said, At least longer than you. Destroying his enlightenment had almost caused his soul to scatter. He would not be a man if he did not take revenge. However, now was not the time. Haha, you're just a small ant. Why don't you measure yourself first? Wild Deity sneered. He turned around and waved his hand with his back facing Su Yu. Little bastard, we will meet tomorrow night. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow night will not be easy for you. Su Yu slowly closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the overflowing murderous intent. He turned around wordlessly and silently walked towards his room. Mu Songhai chased after him. Let me heal your injuries first. No need. Su Yu did not even turn his head. You can't heal my injuries. I need some human blood. Mu Songhai was stunned. Did Su Yu mean to take revenge on Wild Deity? Her expression was a little complicated. Not far away, Wild Deity landed on the top of an ancient tree. More than 10 figures emerged from the surroundings and gathered around Wild God. Among them was Xiao Zhiling. He asked, Uncle Wild, that bastard Mu Songhai held back and did not attack. Wild Deity's face darkened. He clenched his right fist and punched the ancient tree below him. With a cracking sound, the ancient tree, which was made of extremely hard material, was smashed into pieces. It's all because of that little bastard Shui. He ruined my plans. Wild Deity's eyes were filled with fury. According to the plan, they would infuriate Mu Songhai and force him to attack. At the headquarters of the Star Pavilion, no one was allowed to fight for any reason. Anyone who violated the rules would be punished. It was conceivable that once Mu Songhai attacked, the 10 of them could use the rules to avenge their personal grudges. With Mu Songhai's abilities, it would be difficult for him to kill her, but it would be more than enough to injure her. Unfortunately, Su Yu restrained himself and forcefully stopped Mu Songhai. Xiao Zhiling was furious. It's him again. My father almost got Mu Songhai kicked out of the Star Pavilion. It was this kid who suddenly came back to disrupt the plan. Now he is here to cause trouble. He is deliberately going against us. Wild Deity let out a cold grunt. That little bastard. I will not let him off at tomorrow night's banquet. In the room, Su Yu dragged his weak body back to the stone bed. He immediately began to recuperate. 1 day's time is enough for my soul and body to stabilize again. Su Yu checked carefully and heaved a sigh of relief. There was no problem with his body. Su Yu closed his eyes, hoping to find that thread of inspiration again. But after half a day he had gained nothing. His comprehension of the soul-devouring realm had returned to a state of chaos. He had no idea where that thread of inspiration had gone. His comprehension had been completely interrupted. Su Yu was both regretful and angry. Wild Deity. Su Yu's eyes were fierce. So what if you are the pavilion master? I did not want to hurt you, so I deliberately tolerated it. In your eyes, I am just an ant that can be easily bullied. Composing himself, Su Yu coldly said, Tomorrow night's banquet, right? Fine. I will give you an unforgettable surprise. He closed his eyes and began to recuperate. He was waiting for tomorrow's banquet to begin. Chapter 1648. A day passed slowly, and Su Yu's soul and body once again fused. He opened his eyes, and the weakness in his eyes disappeared. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of black smoke. It was the impurities produced by the friction between the soul and body due to the unstable fusion. Only by eliminating the impurities could the soul and soul completely fuse. Looking at the time, it should be almost time for the banquet. Su Yu stared at the sky outside the window, his face cold. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Su Yu knew who it was even without probing. Cabinet Master, please come in. Mu Songhai pushed the door open and entered. I'm sorry that you were involved in this matter because of me. The main guest of this banquet is the Cabinet Master. You should not attend. Cabinet Master, you are wrong. Since I am a Deputy Cabinet Master, I naturally have to shoulder the responsibility of a Deputy Cabinet Master. It is my duty to protect the Sword Pavilion branch. Su Yu said calmly. Mu Songhai's eyes were filled with admiration. That's fine. With your abilities, as long as it is not Yi Xin and a few other cabinet masters, who can do anything to you. She had seen with her own eyes Su Yu's terrifying abilities when he killed a bronze overlord alone. After a pause, Mu Songhai looked at Su Yu and said profoundly, Do you have any questions? Su Yu's heart moved, and he thought of the extremely mysterious grayish-black stone. He hesitated and said, Cabinet Master, can you tell me what that grayish-black stone is? I knew you would ask. Mu Songhai smiled. This stone has no name. At least no one has given it a name. Su Yu was confused. The great beginning realm was filled with talents. Could there be an unknown material that had not been discovered? Then may I ask where this object came from? I have recently reached a bottleneck in my comprehension. If there is a chance, I would like to go there to search. Su Yu was filled with anticipation. Mu Songhai muttered to herself for a moment, then gently shook her head. I will tell you where it came from, but not now. She turned and said, Let's go. The banquet is about to begin. The banquet was held at the most famous mountain in Xingqian, Taichio Mountain Peak. There were more than 200 stone seats on the mountain peak, built around the VIP stage in the center. There would be important guests coming, and the VIP stage was prepared for them. As for the rest of the pavilion masters and their vice pavilion masters, they were seated on the 200 stone seats below. According to the hierarchy, the pavilion master was in the first 100 rows, while the deputy pavilion master was in the last 100 rows. Don't get angry if you don't want to collapse, Mu Songhai warned. His face was calm as he walked towards the pavilion master's stone seat. A group of pavilion masters had already arrived. Their gazes were filled with ill intent. It seemed that she would not have a good time at today's banquet. Of course, Su Yu was no exception. Before he sat down, he could already sense a few traces of hostility. A sneer that was neither yin nor yang drilled into his ears. Yo, isn't this the famous who? The one who's not afraid of death. Who is it? Someone who didn't know the truth asked in surprise. He, of course. The brave warriors who dare to follow Mu Songhai? TSK, this courage of not fearing death. We really worship it. That Mu Songhai who killed his colleagues for his own survival? This person is truly audacious to follow her. I don't know if I should say I admire him or say that he's ignorant. Su Yu turned his head to look. A pair of long and narrow eyes stared at Su Yu mockingly. Zhao Jiling. As the deputy pavilion master, he was also in this area. Su Yu sat down expressionlessly, calmly closing his eyes to meditate. The person he was looking for had not arrived yet. Yo, who allowed you to sit here? You don't have the right to sit here. Zhao Jiling stood up. The deputy pavilion masters nearby stood up one after another, walking toward Su Yu and surrounding him. Su Yu opened his eyes, calmly saying, Why can't I sit here? Humph. Even the deputy pavilion masters are respectful. Who does your sword pavilion branch think you are to have the right to sit in the front row? Zhao Jiling coldly snorted. Ranking? Su Yu looked at Yan Changhong. Seeing her sullen expression, he calmly walked to the last row. It looked like there was indeed such a rule. He left his seat and came to the last row, only to see Yan Changhong clenching her fists, staring at the two individual stone seats. There was a sign on one side of the stone seats, the words Sword Pavilion, clearly visible. This was where they were seated. They were supposed to be side by side with the other stone seats, but they were deliberately thrown to the edge of the cliff. Yen Changhong was deeply humiliated and hurt. She was mentally prepared for it, but she found it difficult to accept it when she was in the situation. This was too much, but the truth was, so what? She looked at Mu Songhai, who was sitting alone in front of her. He was alone and out of place. He looked at her with disgust and hatred. If she stood up for them, she believed that the pavilion masters would not stand idly by. It was inconvenient for Mu Songhai to intervene. They could only rely on Yen Changhong and Shuiyu. But in the face of Zhao Zhiling, who was a level 1 Cavern World Senior, what else could she do but endure this humiliation? Gritting her teeth, Yen Changhong walked toward the stone seats of the Sword Pavilion. Bang! At that moment, 2 mysterious divine powers swept over. Yen Changhong was shocked and subconsciously stepped back. The 2 divine lights brushed past her body and hit the stone seat. With a loud bang, the stone seat was blasted off the cliff. Yen Changhong was furious. Zhao Zhiling, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. I just saw that you were reluctant, so I helped you. Since you don't want to sit, you can stand. Zhao Zhiling smiled mockingly. The deputy pavilion masters nearby burst into laughter. Yen Changhong was so angry that she almost lost her mind. But after all, she was middle-aged and tried to restrain herself. Although tears were swirling in her eyes, she still did not attack in public. She could not be fooled. Those people were provoking her and looking for excuses and reasons to attack. Let's go. We won't attend this banquet, Yen Changhong said to Suyu as she walked down the mountain without looking back. In his tone, it was obvious that he was blaming Suyu. Perhaps Suyu was not strong enough to share the burden with her. Suyu looked at her alone, then looked at the many deputy pavilion masters who were up to no good. He sighed silently in his heart and followed her down the mountain. He would send her down the mountain safely. Looking at the faces of those people, he was afraid they had other plans. After taking 2 steps, Yen Changhong turned her back to Suyu and urged him as she walked. Follow closely. Zhao Zhiling is sinister and ruthless. We might not be safe down the mountain. Although she was jealous of Suyu, she was not heartless. At least she was willing to bring Suyu down the mountain safely. With a smile, Suyu said, Yes, thank you for your protection, Deputy Pavilion Master Yen. Hearing that, Yen Changhong slightly raised her snow-white chin and looked back at Suyu with pride and charm. She said, It's good that you know. Anyway, follow me. If anything happens, I can't answer to Pavilion Master Mu. Oh. Suyu laughed dryly and followed Yen Changhong closely, looking like he was being protected. It was easy to go up the Taichio mountain, but difficult to go down. There was a formation to use when going up the mountain, but one could only rely on one's feet to go down, and it was not suitable to use divine energy here. If one was careless on the narrow mountain path, one could really fall off the cliff. In a situation where one could not fly, unless one was proficient in the space divine path, it was indeed dangerous. Halfway through the journey, Yen Changhong suddenly stopped and frowned. There's movement ahead, be careful. In fact, Suyu had discovered it 1 step earlier than she did. On the narrow mountain path, 10 deputy pavilion masters were walking up the stairs step by step. Knowing that there was a formation to go straight to the top of the mountain, they still chose to walk. It was too strange. They had discovered each other, and the other party had also discovered them. What a coincidence! Aren't they the 2 deputy pavilion masters of the Sword Pavilion? Walking at the front was a woman in her early 20s in a yellow robe with dragon patterns. Her strength was astonishingly high, and she was a level 1 Cavern World Senior, almost on par with Zhao Zhiling. Yen Changhong's eyes flashed, and she said seriously, The deputy pavilion masters of the Rainbow Pavilion? Among the hostile pavilions mentioned by Mu Songhai a few days ago, the Rainbow Pavilion was among them. The pavilion master who had been buried was a descendant of the colorful Guanyin, and he was in charge of the Rainbow Pavilion. The woman in front of them must be the famous Hong Fiery Lady. In terms of hostility, Hong Fiery Lady did not lose to Zhao Zhiling at all, and even surpassed him. Yan Changhong could recognize her at a glance, because Hong Fiery Lady was the only descendant who had taken revenge. Many years ago, she had snuck into the sword pavilion and poisoned everyone in the pavilion, including Mu Songhai. Fortunately, Mu Songhai noticed it in time, and a disaster was averted, and he quickly caught Hong Fiery Lady. Mu Songhai was merciful, and he let the woman go. However, he did not expect that Hong Fiery Lady would not repent, and she still chose to be hostile to them. "It seems like you still remember me." Hong Fiery Lady smiled mysteriously, and she revealed a group of red teeth that were emitting flames. Yan Changhong said solemnly, "Let's go down the mountain. Can you make way?" Hong Fiery Lady looked around, and after making sure there was no one around, her smile became more vicious. "I asked you to go down the mountain, but did you let my ancestor come back alive? What are you trying to do?" Yan Changhong looked at the people approaching her, and her heart sank. There would be no peace between them. Hong Fiery Lady grinned. "Of course, I want Mu Songhai to pay a price." Whoosh! She spat out a red fire dragon from her mouth, and it burned the two of them. Yan Changhong glared at them and shouted angrily, "I'll fight it out with you." They had bullied them again and again, and now they wanted to take their lives. How could they tolerate it? Ice Seal 10 techniques. Yan Changhong quickly formed a seal. As a level 1 grotto, world venerable, Yan Changhong was naturally not weak. Ice and fire destroyed each other. "You dog, you dare to fight back?" A pale-faced young man who was following closely behind Hong Fiery Lady shouted, and he struck out with both palms. Fierce Divine Palm. The addition of the two fierce palm prints immediately put Yan Changhong in a difficult position. It was expected that she would not be a match. However, Yan Changhong, who had been suppressing her anger for a long time, was fighting with all her might. Absolute Ice Sword Array. 81 cold ice sword array appeared behind Yan Changhong, and she disregarded the two's powerful joint attack and forcefully counterattacked. How could Hong Fiery Lady and the pale-faced young man be willing to fight with all their might? Their momentum immediately weakened. Sizzle. Hong Fiery Lady's cheek was accidentally cut by an ice sword as she retreated. The extreme cold spread into her flesh through the wound, and Hong Fiery Lady's entire head froze into an icicle. The pale-faced young man was shocked, and he immediately struck out with his palm to force the cold out of her head. Only then did Hong Fiery Lady breathe a sigh of relief. Her cold face was distorted by anger, and she screamed in a shrill voice, "Attack together! I want this bitch to die a horrible death." The young men behind her were all livid, and they attacked together. They were not weak, and the weakest among them was a level 3 grotto world venerable. Yan Changhong's eyes were filled with madness when she saw the 10 divine techniques coming at her at the same time. She did not retreat, but leaped forward instead. At the same time, she pushed Suyu behind her away and said without looking back, "Shue, go back and find the cabinet master immediately. Although you are very annoying, the cabinet master would prefer you to live." These were probably her last words before she died. Chapter 1649. Her forward leap was stopped, and her body flew backward uncontrollably. Then her back was supported by a palm. She spun in the air and landed steadily on the ground behind Suyu. Looking up at the back of the figure, Yan Changhong was furious. "Idiot! What are you trying to do with your puny strength? You can't even compare to them. Go back now." Suyu did not look back, but his voice was strangely calm. They came prepared. "Do you think the way up the mountain will be safe?" Yan Changhong's heart thumped. Indeed, there would be blockades on the way back. With Shui Yu's strength, there was no way he could escape. A trace of sorrow flashed across his face. It was the sorrow of being a nobody and being powerless to resist. Haha, then you can stay and die with me. Yen Changhong was determined to die. Wisps of divine energy were circulating wildly in his body. He was going to fight to the death. I won't die, but I can't avoid some suffering. Su, you casually took out a snow-white cloud disk. The disk spun and enlarged rapidly. Below the disk, huge pitch-black cannons were revealed. Each of the cannons carried a powerful destructive force. Superior extermination cannon. Suyu uttered softly. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a series of violent explosions erupted on the mountainside of Taichou. It was as if hundreds of thunderbolts had crashed down, deafening the deaf. Everyone on the mountaintop was shocked. Zhao Zhiling was the only one who was stunned for a moment before he said playfully, "The fiery lady is still as explosive as ever. If this goes on, there won't even be a corpse left, right? Mu Tsanhai, that old man, better not die of grief." Mu Tsanhai, who he was referring to, looked indifferent as he sighed softly. I hope he knows what he's doing. If too many people died, Suyu would be attacked by the many cabinet masters, and no one would be able to save him. On the mountainside, Yen Chanhong stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The huge divine weapon exploded with terrifying power, bombarding the area indiscriminately. In the end, the deputy cabinet masters, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, all fell to the ground. Almost all of them were missing arms and legs, their bodies mutilated and severely injured. 8 of them were unconscious. Only the unconscious fiery lady and the pale-faced youth were screaming like pigs being slaughtered. What is that? Yen Changhong was dumbfounded. Su Yu waved his hand and took back the world annihilation plate. He then smiled calmly and said, "A divine weapon that is hardly presentable." Rumble. Yen Changhong fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How could this be called unpresentable? She had never thought that Su Yu would possess such a powerful divine weapon. In an instant, she finally understood why the pavilion master thought so highly of him. If she were to hide such a divine weapon, the pavilion master would also pay special attention to it. When Yen Changhong recalled her previous attitude toward Suyu, she felt guilty, especially when she had shamelessly boasted that she would protect Suyu. Perhaps, at that time, Suyu was mocking her for overestimating herself. Yen Changhong's face flushed, and she looked at Suyu with both respect and resentment. She then said, "You are trying to make fun of me, aren't you?" Suyu gently injected a whiff of divine energy into her to heal her injuries. He said, "You entered the Sword Pavilion's sub-pavilion earlier than me, so you should be valued more by the cabinet master. However, my arrival here has caused you more trouble, which was not my intention. Along the way, I've been deliberately avoiding making you unhappy. Just now, I endured it silently. I definitely had no intention of embarrassing you." His tone was sincere, and it came from the bottom of his heart. Yen Changhong suddenly felt ashamed of her inferiority. It was clear that she was older, but in terms of breadth of mind and bearing, she was not even a tenth of the other parties. "Say no more, Yen Changhong sighed deeply, as if she had accepted her fate. The cabinet master's eyes are sharp, and he has never misjudged a person. I am indeed far inferior to you." Seeing that she had resolved the knot in her heart, Suyu was no longer conflicted. He looked at the unconscious deputy pavilion master on the ground. "What do you want to do with them?" Suyu asked. Yen Changhong stared at them, her eyes filled with murderous intent. However, after serious consideration, she had no choice but to give up. She said, "What else can I do? Injuring them to this extent is already my limit. If I really kill them, there will be no benefit." Suyu did not speak. Not only would there be no benefit, but he would also make Mu Tsanghai hate him. Their deaths, in addition to being blamed on the 2 of them, would naturally also be blamed on Mu Songhai. "I'll send you down the mountain," Su Yu said. Yen Chanhong understood the hidden meaning in his words and asked, "What about you?" Su Yu said indifferently, "The person I'm waiting for has yet to appear. Naturally, I won't leave." "What you want to deal with? Yi Xin?" Yen Chanhong knew how dangerous it was to be interrupted. She understood Su Yu's desire for revenge. But what kind of person was Yi Xin? That white divine weapon alone would not be able to harm Yi Xin. He asked for it. Su Yu's eyes had a cold glint. Looking into his eyes, Yen Changhong's heart trembled. It was as if she was facing an emperor who had slaughtered millions of lives. It made her feel deeply uneasy. "I'll go with you." Yen Changhong came to her senses and decided. At the same time, at the transportation station at the peak of Taichio Mountain, light flickered, and a slender woman dressed in an ink-black veil walked out. She had delicate features and was shockingly beautiful. Her appearance was like a clear spring that flowed through the souls of the young men present. Pairs of eyes filled with amazement shot straight at him. Zhao Zhiling looked over subconsciously and could not help but be stunned. When he recognized her face, he could not help but exclaim, "Lan Yu?" He hurriedly got up, shaking off the few beautiful women who were in conversation, and ran to Lan Yu. He could not hide the joy in his expression. She was the genius young lady of the Red Leaf Pavilion branch, a famous presence in the headquarters of the Star Pavilion. "What? It's Lan Yu from the Red Leaf Pavilion branch." "Oh my God, it's her?" "Strange, the Red Leaf Pavilion branch is under the jurisdiction of another pavilion master. Why would she come to our pavilion master, whose territory?" In an instant, many young men surrounded her. It was not difficult to see the flattery in their expressions. What kind of existence was the Red Leaf Pavilion branch? Their abilities were 100 times stronger than any of the other pavilions, including the Yinchuan Pavilion branch. To be able to befriend someone from such a pavilion branch would bring them endless benefits. Moreover, Lan Yu was a beautiful and intelligent woman. Unfortunately, their enthusiasm was like air in Lan Yu's eyes. She looked at them indifferently, one face at a time. Zhao Zhiling had a thought and asked with a smile, "Miss Lan, are you looking for someone?" Lan Yu looked at him and had some impression of him. She asked, "I remember that your name is Zhao. Zhao something." Hearing this, Zhao Zhiling looked embarrassed and said, "I'm Zhao Zijing. I met Miss Lan a few days ago." "Yes, it's you, Zhao Zhiling." Lan Yu remembered his name, and her expression softened a little. "I came to Constellation to look for someone." Seeing this, many of the young men felt that it was a pity. Sai, comparisons are odious. Miss Lan only recognizes Zhao Zhiling. Miss Lan probably thinks it's a waste of energy to even talk to a weak pavilion branch like us. It's not fair. Zhao Zijing was just born into a good family. At this moment, Zhao Zijing felt that he had gained face. Unconsciously, he straightened his neck and showed a hearty smile that he thought was handsome. "Miss Lan, may I ask if I don't know any of the pavilions under Pavilion Master, whose jurisdiction?" Lan Yu's eyes were full of expectation as she stared at Zhao Zijing. This made Zhao Zijing's blood boil. He had the illusion that Lan Yu liked him, and his heartbeat quickened, until Lan Yu asked a question. It was like a basin of ice water from the snowy region was splashed on his head. "I want to ask someone. This person's name is Shuiyu. Is he from the Pavilion branch under Pavilion Master, whose jurisdiction?" Many of the surrounding young men were stunned at the same time. Shuiyu! Shuiyu! If there were people who did not know him in the past, then everyone present knew Shuiyu, who was forced to leave the banquet and was in a sorry state. Lan Yu looked at Zhao Zijing's stiff face suspiciously, then looked at the other people's strange expressions. She said unhappily, "If he is, then he is. If he isn't, then he isn't. Someone should say something." Who could say something? Who dared to say something? Could they tell Lan Yu that they were the ones who forced Shuiyu to leave? Whoever said something like that would be viewed as an enemy by Lan Yu. Now, they did not want to be associated with the Red Leaf Pavilion branch, but they did not want to be viewed as an enemy. There were many experts in the Red Leaf Pavilion branch. How could they afford to offend them? The young men who were jealous of Zhao Zhiling just now felt lucky. Fortunately, they did not have to bear this trouble. Are you mute? Lan Yu stared at Zhao Zhiling. Zhao Zhiling braced himself and said, Miss Lan, are you looking for him for something? It's my business. Why do you care? Lan Yu's tone was disdainful. Zhao Zhiling's heart was burning with anger. He said sternly, If you're looking for Shuiyu, I'm afraid you're too late. He has already left the mountain. Left the mountain? Lan Yu looked at the banquet that had yet to start. She murmured in confusion. Why did he leave the mountain? Forget it. I'll chase after him. Just as she was about to leave the mountain, a man and a woman walked up the stairs. Lan Yu ignored the middle-aged woman, but that man, Lan Yu's pupils, shrank slightly. Her face was filled with joy. Her fair face was dyed red like frost. Brother Shui. Lan Yu lifted her skirt and jogged forward. She called out softly and gently. That expression and that attitude was like a woman facing a man she admired. Compared to the icy cold attitude just now, she was like a different person. Many young men were stunned by Lan Yu's cute and helpless look. They stared at her without blinking. Zhao Zhiling was even more furious. Not only did Shuiyu and Yan Changhong not die, they actually came back safe and sound. What infuriated him even more was that Lan Yu, who had been dismissive of him, was in love with Shuiyu. The huge contrast made Zhao Zhiling laugh in anger. Shuiyu, you've gone too far. First, he sabotaged his father's decision to remove Mu Sanhai from the position of cabinet master. Second, he blocked Yishen and angered Mu Sanhai. Now he embarrassed himself and became a laughingstock. How did the Zhao family become enemies with him? Su Yu looked at him calmly and said indifferently, Get lost. I'm not interested in accompanying you. He was waiting for Yishen. Zhao Zhiling, who was already furious, was completely infuriated by Su Yu. He yelled angrily, You're asking for death. Swish. His figure was like an illusion. He flew in front of Su Yu and attacked without saying a word. Lan Yu was furious. She had finally found Shuiyu. It was a sweet reunion, but Zhao Zhiling ruined the atmosphere. She was so angry that her nose was crooked. Lan Yu's eyes turned cold. She said coldly, I remember that the Starry Pavilion has a rule that anyone who provokes others without permission can be punished, right? Chapter 1650. Lotus Karmic Fire Palm. A beautiful fire lotus blossomed in her palm, illuminating her delicate and pretty face, making it look cold and elegant. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fire lotus burst into a large area of fire, spewing forward rapidly. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the mountain peak. Zhao Zhiling's whole body was bathed in fire, especially his arms, which were instantly burned black by the fire. The pungent smell of burning spread in all directions, causing everyone to cover their noses. His clothes were burnt to a crisp, revealing a mangled and delicate body. His handsome image in the past was instantly destroyed. Lan Yu withdrew her palm indifferently and leaned against Su Yu's side with a calm face. When she looked at Su Yu, she repeated her affectionate look. Brother Shui, why did you put up with this clown? With your strength, you could have easily crushed him with a single finger. She was very puzzled. Back then, how amazing was Su Yu's sword? 10 level, 1 cavern world, venerable, corpse-sucking dogs were destroyed in the blink of an eye. The Zhao in front of her was much weaker than the most powerful corpse-sucking dogs. He couldn't even hurt a hair on Su Yu's head. Su Yu shook his head lightly. Is it necessary to care about a small fry? If someone else had said this, they would have been timid, and Lan Yu would only be contemptuous. But since Su Yu said so, Lan Yu believed him without hesitation. because it was the truth. The arrogant Zhao Zhiling couldn't even defeat one of her moves, let alone Brother Shui. She looked at Suyu with even more admiration. Zhao Zhiling, who had fallen heavily to the ground, felt dizzy. He covered his head and struggled to get up from the rubble of the stone throne. He said shakily, "Shameless, you sneak-attacked me." He only heard Lan Yu's cold snort and was hurt. "In terms of shamelessness, we are not 1/10,000th of you." Yan Changhong felt relieved. Zhao Zhiling had repeatedly bullied them, secretly. Just now, on the mountainside, he even wanted to kill them. Who could compare to him in terms of being sinister and shameless? Zhao Zhiling stared at Lan Yu and Suyu, and his resentment deepened. "Shui, do you think I can't do anything to you by relying on Lan Yu?" As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 extremely powerful deputy pavilion masters surrounded him. They were the deputy cabinet masters who had chased Suyu and Yan Changhong out of the mountain. They had the advantage of numbers. Even with Lan Yu's help, they would not be able to protect them. Lan Yu's brows turned cold as she thought to herself, "Where did this idiot come from? I've already taught him a lesson. Yet he's still so shameless. He's disturbing me and Brother Shui again and again." With anger, Lan Yu said coldly, "A group of useless men. Stop making a fool of yourself. If you really want to fight, I, Lan Yu, will accompany you to the end." Immediately, a few of the deputy pavilion masters felt weak. Who would dare to go against the Maple Branch Pavilion? Zhao Zhiling was furious. "Lan Yu, don't you dare take advantage of your power to bully others. No matter how powerful your Red Leaf Pavilion branch is, you won't be able to reach into our pavilion master, whose branch." There was a clear distinction between the pavilion chiefs. The Red Leaf Pavilion branch was indeed one of the strongest among all the pavilions. However, the Red Leaf Pavilion branch did not have the right to interfere in their affairs. Even if the Red Leaf Pavilion's pavilion master was present, he would definitely not interfere in the matters between the Sword Pavilion and the Yinchuan Pavilion. Not to mention Lan Yu. Even if she was injured, the Red Leaf Pavilion branch could not say anything. Hearing this, those who were not as imposing as before gathered their courage once again. The group of people once again revealed cold gazes, closing in on Suyu. Zhao Zhiling wiped away the ashes on his face, his killing intent cold. "Shui, don't even think of leaving today." "Rumble!" The group of people immediately surrounded him. The patience in Suyu's eyes gradually dissipated. He calmly said, "The Star Pavilion's rules state that anyone who attacks without permission will be punished. The word punished means to kill, right?" A cold killing intent was revealed, not hidden in the slightest. Zhao Zhiling's hands turned into claws, tearing through the air. His 5 fingers created floating scars, his power extremely great. He let out a ferocious laugh. "Naive! Other than Mu Songhai, who else would dare to kill me? As the strongest pavilion under Pavilion Master, the other pavilions could not wait to curry favor with him. Who would dare to kill him? I said no one can save you." Zhao Zhiling let out a loud roar, pouncing forward. Suyu waved his hand, signaling for Lan Yu and Yan Changhong to step back. The 2 women were very obedient, with no intention of helping. They stepped back obediently, staring at Zhao Zhiling with pity. Zhao Zhiling's heart skipped a beat at the extremely strange behavior. He had a bad feeling about this. "Could Shui, you have a killing move?" "No. Step back, you've all been fooled. He is the most dangerous." At this moment, the heavily injured flaming lady crawled out from the staircase, panting. She had come to warn Zhao Zhiling with her heavily injured body. She did not expect to see the scene, and could not help but scream in panic. Zhao Zhiling had a bad premonition in his heart, and it pounded like a drum. Looking at the seemingly weak Shuiyu, Zhao Zhiling's eyelids kept twitching. He felt a sense of life and death crisis. The last time he had such a feeling was when he was training. He had encountered a ferocious bronze overlord sea beast in an uninhabited sea region. That time he had narrowly escaped death, and only managed to escape due to great luck. As time passed, he still felt a lingering fear whenever he thought of that scene. Now he felt the long-lost sense of crisis again. No, it was a sense of panic that was even more dangerous than when he had encountered the bronze overlord. He had no time to warn the others. Without thinking, he took out a talisman and crushed it on the spot. A powerful space energy enveloped him and transported him out of the area. However, using space magic in front of Su Yu was like showing off in front of an expert. A wine-red color flashed past one of Su Yu's eyes. The condensed space teleportation was immediately shattered by a tyrannical space force and turned into a chaotic space. Zhao Zhiling was careless, and one of his arms was crushed by the distorted space energy. He let out a horrible shriek and dodged to the side, avoiding the chaotic space. However, just as he dodged, he felt dark clouds looming over his head. A giant snow-white disk covered the sky and covered the sun. Hundreds of pitch-black holes were brewing majestic energy, which converged into a dark red ball in the center. The energy in the ball was accumulating more and more, gradually forming a terrifying aura. A group of cabinet masters who had been sitting upright and still as if they had not noticed the commotion finally changed their expressions and stared at the dark red ball. "Stop!" One of the cabinet masters roared, trying to stop them. 7 or 8 cabinet masters heard the voice and moved. The terrifying pressure of an overlord swept over in waves. "Shuiyu, we are all from the Starry Pavilion. How can you be so cruel? Stop right now. Stop right now. The banquet is about to begin. Don't disturb it." Su Yu sneered. When Zhao Zhiling joined forces with the many deputy cabinet masters to kill them, they did not stop them, as if they had not heard it. Now, seeing that the situation was not in Zhao Zhiling's favor, all of them attacked, as if they had only just realized it. "Destroy!" Su Yu spat out the word. The energy gathered by the dark red ball erupted like a volcano, enveloping Zhao Zhiling and the group of vice pavilion masters. Ah! A series of shrill screams came one after another. Zhao Zhiling and the others were all badly mutilated and severely injured. 2 of the weaker ones were on their last breaths. "How dare you!" The cabinet masters were furious. However, what made them even more furious was that Su Yu did not stop. A long sword shrouded in moonlight slipped out of his sleeve, sweeping out an arc of sword light. Puff! Puff! With a few grunts, the 3 deputy cabinet masters, who were severely injured and unable to move, were killed by the arc of sword energy. The sword energy was swift and fierce, penetrating deep into their souls and annihilating them. It could be said that their souls were completely destroyed. The cabinet masters who had rushed over were trembling with anger. "Shuiyu, how dare you kill your fellow faction members? Hurry up and surrender." Su Yu did not seem to hear them, a faint smile on his lips as the arc of sword energy came one after another. "Ah, Gray Spirit Pavilion Master, save me. White Cave Pavilion Master, save me, I don't want to die, ah." Screams pierced through the hearts of every cabinet master like sharp arrows. The originally peaceful and harmonious banquet was suddenly covered in blood. The culprit was the deputy cabinet master of the sword pavilion, Shuiyu. In the blink of an eye, all the deputy cabinet masters who were besieging him were killed. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing half of the mountain peak red. There were corpses everywhere, their eyes wide open. They would never have dreamed that Su Yu would really dare to kill them. "Ah, I'll kill you." The Ashen Spirit Pavilion's master was pained by the loss of his vice pavilion master. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared and pounced forward. Whoosh! A gray-robed figure flashed past, a swift and fierce attack sending the Gray Spirit Pavilion master flying backward. The gray spirit pavilion master's robes were torn, his mouth full of blood. He stared at the gray-robed figure, furious. Mu Songhai, how dare you stop me? Mu Songhai's expression was indifferent. Not only do I dare to stop you, no one will say anything even if I kill you. According to the rules of the Star Pavilion, anyone who attacks without permission from the headquarters must be punished. Shui, you killing them is in line with the rules of the Star Pavilion. If you attack him, you are going against the rules of the Star Pavilion. As a member of the Star Pavilion, I naturally have the authority to kill anyone who goes against the rules of the Star Pavilion. Mu Songhai, you, the Gray Spirit Pavilion Master roared. His eyes were like those of a wild beast, filled with a menacing glow. Mu Songhai's expression was indifferent. If you had taught me this principle, I would not have ended up like this. After saying this, Mu Songhai calmly returned to his stone seat. The pavilion masters who had attacked in anger all quieted down, not daring to continue acting presumptuously. Just as Mu Songhai had said, Zhao Jiling and the rest had violated the rules of the Star Pavilion, and anyone could kill them. If they helped, they would be considered guilty as well. If Mu Songhai killed them, no one would plead for mercy for them. However, one person rushed over. His eyes were filled with hatred as he roared, Shuiyu, think of the consequences before you attack. He charged toward the only surviving person among the group of deputy pavilion masters. But in a pool of blood, a golden alms bowl had Zhao Jiling upside down. There were few sword energies left on the golden alms bowl. At the moment of crisis, Zhao Jiling had activated this life-saving treasure to escape. Father, please save me, Zhao Jiling cried. It was too terrifying. The 7 or 8 deputy pavilion masters who had been alive a moment ago, old friends of many years, had been slaughtered in an instant, leaving only him. At this moment, in Zhao Jiling's eyes, Suyu was not a weak kid who could be bullied, but a low-key, cold god of death. That formless trembling caused Zhao Jiling's entire body to tremble. He did not dare raise his head to look at Suyu's eyes. Whoosh! Zhao Fu had been hiding at the side, secretly observing the situation. But no matter what, he did not expect the outcome to be reversed. Su Yu and Yen Changhong, who should have been lying in a pool of blood, had been replaced by them. The deputy pavilion masters could not save them in time, but his son had to be saved. Shuiyu, you will not be able to bear the consequences if you touch even a hair on him. Zhao Fu shouted as he charged over. Chapter 1651. Is that so? Su Yu smiled as he struck out with another crescent of sword energy. The crescent of sword energy landed on the surface of the golden alms bowl and was immediately deflected. It could do nothing to Zhao Jiling, who was hiding within it. Seeing this, Zhao Fu heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he shouted, Scourge like you should be killed! Su Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. The world annihilation plate above his head shrunk to the size of a palm and started spinning rapidly. The frightening sharpness of the plate gave off a dangerous light that made many of the cabinet masters tremble in fear. Zhao Fu's face stiffened as he shouted anxiously, Deputy Pavilion Master Shui, quickly stop! Don't harm my son! Su Yu's trump card had caught Zhao Fu off guard. What was even more frightening was Su Yu's murderous gaze. Zhao Fu had no choice but to admit defeat. His words had been filled with threats, and he had even called Su Yu a scourge. After taking it, he immediately called Deputy Pavilion Master Shui. However, it was obvious that Su Yu would not compromise just because of this. He didn't even need to think to know what Zhao Fu's face would be like once Zhao Jiling was freed. He calmly flicked his fingers, and the spinning world annihilation plate left a blurry mark in the air. With a dull sound, the golden wave was crushed and destroyed, penetrating Zhao Jiling's head. A large head flew into the air. Its face was still filled with the joy of being saved, as well as a hint of vengeance. Unfortunately, Everything was frozen at this moment. Jilin! Zhao Fu rushed over just in time to save the bloody head. No! Zhao Fu roared at the sky, his voice filled with sorrow. His only son, his only successor, had been killed right in front of him. I want you to die a horrible death. Zhao Fu roared as he charged at Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was calm as he sneered. You speak as if you will let me live as long as your son is alive. He secretly held a fairy execution talisman in his sleeves as he quietly waited for Zhao Fu to charge over. Since he had started killing, he would kill to his heart's content. Die! Zhao Fu roared as he weaved signs and used a divine technique. However, at this time, a fierce barbarian figure descended and pressed down on Zhao Fu's shoulder, shouting, "Don't be fooled!" This shout was like a head-on blow. Zhao Fu immediately sobered up and glanced at Mu Songhai, who was not far away. Although she did not move at all, waves of divine power secretly surged, indicating that she was preparing a powerful divine spell. Su Yu's calm expression made him seem even more enigmatic. Zhao Fu immediately calmed down and thought back carefully. He could not help but be shocked. He had almost been fooled. If he was enraged and made a move, he would be caught in a pincer attack. Judging from the methods they had prepared, he was doomed. After Zhao Fu calmed down completely, tears welled up in his eyes as he stared at Su Yu. His gaze made Su Yu's heart turn cold. At the same time, Su Yu's killing intent intensified. Now that the hatred had arisen, he had to eliminate the roots. Pavilion Master Zhao, what's wrong? Do you agree that me, the Deputy Cabinet Master, killing your son is in line with the Starry Pavilion's rules? Zhao Fu's calm eyes were stirred by these words, and a deep rage rose within them. However, after being reminded by Inoshin, although Zhao Fu was filled with grief and hatred, he restrained himself and did not say a word. Oh, not saying a word? Does that mean you agree? Su Yu calmly said, very well. Then, as the father of the traitor who defied the Starry Pavilion, as well as his superior, shouldn't I resign as the cabinet master to atone for my crimes? Zhao Fu's eyes flickered violently. Not only could he not avenge his son's death, but he also had to compromise with the murderer and resign as the cabinet master? Was there any justice in this world? Even Yen Changhong felt that Su Yu was being too much of a bully. However, it was a good bully. Yen Changhong rolled her eyes and said, "That's right. Your son has provoked us time and time again. But Deputy Cabinet Master Shui and I have tolerated it until now. Yet, as the Cabinet Master, as his father, you remain indifferent. Are you guilty of not disciplining your subordinates and sons? To be honest, it is hard to believe that someone as irresponsible as you can manage the Yinchuan branch well. I suggest that you resign as the Cabinet Master and admit your mistakes. It would be best if someone more capable could take over Yinchuan." Her words were like adding fuel to the fire. Zhao Fu panted heavily, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, indicating his uncontrollable rage. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Su Yu was secretly on his guard, clenching the fairy-killing talisman tightly in his sleeves, ready to explode at any moment. On the other side, Mu Songhai was also ready to strike, waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. Both sides were on the verge of exploding. The tense atmosphere affected the surroundings, and the people nearby retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. Zhao Fu's anger, which he had suppressed with great difficulty, rose once again. Right at that moment, a palm landed on Zhao Fu's shoulder. Zhao Fu was jolted awake. Looking back, he met Yi Shen's eyes, which were filled with savagery. The deterrence in his eyes completely wiped away the anger in Zhao Fu's heart. "Restrain yourself," Yi Shen said. "It's him again." This was the second time this person had ruined Su Yu's plans. He looked barbaric and crude, but in terms of calmness he was even better than Zhao Fu and the other scheming people. The alert Zhao Fu restrained his anger, no longer provoked by Yi Shen's words. He stared at Suyu with an even more vicious gaze. Yi Shin squinted his eyes, like a wild beast in a dark forest. He stared at Suyu with narrowed eyes and said, "Everything was Zhao Zhiling's personal will. Asking a dignified cabinet master to resign because of this is too much." "Haha," Yen Changhong snorted disdainfully. "It's laughable. Not long ago, our cabinet master Mu was impeached by your cabinet master Zhao Fu because Deputy Pavilion Master Shue's whereabouts were unknown. He insisted on removing her from the position of cabinet master. How is it that under the same circumstances, we are the ones who have gone overboard?" Yi Shin glanced at Yen Changhong and said calmly, "One should forgive and forget. It's not good to go overboard." Yen Changhong was so angry that she laughed. Was it too much to ask for Pavilion Master Mu's resignation? Yi Shen had come knocking on Shueyu's door and interrupted him at the most critical moment, almost causing Shueyu to go berserk. Was it too much? Was it too much to gather so many deputy pavilion masters and force them to descend the mountain? Was it too much to ambush them halfway up the mountain in an attempt to kill them? Was it too much for Zhao Zhiling to lead a group of people to surround and kill them? Now they had come to the conclusion that they had gone overboard. It was the biggest joke in the world. "It's impossible for a pavilion master to take the blame and resign over a small matter," said Wild God. He waved his hand, and the cabinet masters who had been plotting in secret came over one after another. They stood side by side with Yi Shin and Zhao Fu. His meaning couldn't be clearer. With them around, it didn't matter if pavilion master who found out about the matter. "So, the crime of conniving with your son's murder is gone just like that?" Suyu said nonchalantly, "Or do all of you think that you can do whatever you want in the Starry Pavilion?" He looked outside the Starry Pavilion, where the 9 stars were surrounded by a dense fog. Inside the fog was where the most mysterious general pavilion of the Starry Pavilion was located. The 3 great pavilion masters, as well as the legendary general pavilion master, were all there. If I remember correctly, the deputy pavilion master has a right, and that is to have an opportunity to meet the pavilion master once a year. Shui Yu's eyes were filled with a cold gleam. "Do you think that if I, the deputy pavilion master, were to use the opportunity to meet the pavilion master to report this matter, would you still be so united?" Upon hearing that, the expressions of the cabinet masters changed. Perhaps they had their own connections and were not afraid of Pavilion Master Hu. But the Pavilion Master, a being like that, could decide the life and death of them and even their families with a single thought. Yi Shin stared at Suyu for a long time, then said in a low voice, "Shueyu, what do you want? Just say it. Don't mention the excessive request. Even if you report it to the Pavilion Master, you can't let a dignified cabinet master take the blame and resign because of this. All right, then." Unexpectedly, Suyu gave in readily. "I only have one request. Apologize to Mu Songhai. You have repeatedly insulted him and slandered him for no reason. There must be an explanation for this matter." "What? Apologize to Mu Songhai?" Zhao Fu was furious. He wanted nothing more than to skin Mu Songhai alive. How could he lower his head and apologize to him? Absolutely not. Zhao Fu bellowed, his black hair flying in the wind. Suyu shrugged. "Then I'm very sorry. I believe the Pavilion Master will handle this impartially. And the outcome would obviously not be as simple as an apology." Yi Shen patted Zhao Fu's shoulder and said telepathically, "Brother Zhao, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Moreover, they are all doomed. Just bear with it for a while." Zhao Fu roared in his heart. But when he heard the words doomed, he gradually calmed down. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. After a long while, he clenched his teeth and walked toward Mu Songhai. He cupped his fists and said, "Cabinet Master Mu, I hope you can forgive me for my previous offense." Mu Songhai smiled indifferently, but in his heart he had vented a great deal of his anger. Evil people need evil people to deal with them. Speak louder, we can't hear you. Su Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, a faint smile on his face. If your apology is insincere, then there's no need to apologize. Feeling the surprised, sympathetic, and mocking gazes around him, Zhao Fu felt as if he was being pricked by needles. He slowly closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, bent down, and said loudly, "Cabinet Master Mu, I was wrong. Please forgive me." His voice was loud and clear, reverberating throughout the mountain peak. "Is that enough?" Zhao Fu lifted his head, his eyes red as he stared at Su Yu. Su Yu nodded. "I did not expect Cabinet Master Zhao to be so remorseful, to the point that your eyes are red from crying. How admirable. I believe Cabinet Master Mu has completely forgiven you." "You." Zhao Fu was so ashamed that he could not show his face. He flung his sleeves angrily and descended the mountain. Without turning his head, he shouted, "Let's wait and see." Cabinet Master Zhao said with a smile, Cabinet Master Zhao, without you, the banquet will be exceptionally boring." All he got was a cold grunt. "Don't celebrate too early. You will all be crying soon." Yi Xin stared at them coldly, especially at Su Yu. His eyes flashed with a strange light. His expression was solemn as he sat down in his seat. Su Yu stared at his back, an icy light flashing in his eyes. "Brother Shui, aren't you afraid of the revenge of those two cabinet masters?" Lan Yu asked, her voice filled with admiration. Su Yu shook his head. Instead, he asked curiously, "Miss Lan, how did you find me?" He had not truthfully stated where he came from. Lan Yu had always misunderstood that Su Yu was a disciple with the surname Shui from the Sword Brilliance Pavilion. Lan Yu's face turned slightly red. She said resentfully, "Brother Shui, you still have the cheek to ask? You made me come to the Sword Brilliance Pavilion for nothing." It turned out that she had really gone to the Sword Brilliance Pavilion to look for Su Yu. The result was obvious. The disciple with the surname Shui in the Sword Brilliance Pavilion was worlds apart from Su Yu. Lan Yu, who was at a loss, realized that she might have misunderstood Su Yu's background from the very beginning. Perhaps it was not the Sword Brilliance Pavilion at all, but the Sword Pavilion that they had neglected. At first, she did not believe it at all. Even the strongest Yinchuan Pavilion, which was under Cabinet Master, whose jurisdiction was not worthy of her attention, let alone the Sword Pavilion, which was ranked last in the entire pavilion. She had come to this star to look for Shui Yu with the intention of giving it a try. Chapter 1652. Su Yu smiled sheepishly and said, "There's a reason for this, so I didn't disclose it in detail." Looking at her, Su Yu asked, "Miss Lan, why did you come to see me?" Lan Yu blushed. "I'm sending you an invitation on behalf of my second brother." She took out a black and white letter, its contents visible. The letter was from a man named Chen Buwei, who expressed his gratitude to Shui Yu for rescuing his 8th brother and 9th sister, and invited Su Yu to their star as a guest. After reading it, Su Yu casually put it away and said, "It's nothing. Why mention it? I've received the letter, and I'll definitely go to the star where the Red Leaf Pavilion branch is located when I have time." Lan Yu's eyes had traces of ripples. She slightly lowered her head and softly responded, like a mosquito. Then, she slowly went down the mountain to report the completion of the mission. "Hee, Deputy Pavilion Master Shui, you're really lucky. The famous Lotus Meiwa of the Red Leaf Pavilion has fallen in love with you. It seems like the number of enemies you've made is going to double." Yen Chonghong teased. Deep down, she was very surprised. What kind of status did the Red Leaf Pavilion have? Everyone in the pavilion was arrogant, especially the famous Lotus Meiwa. This was especially true for the famous Lotus Month. She would never look anyone in the eye, especially men. The fact that she was so affectionate towards Su Yu was really shocking. Su Yu smiled lightly. "What's there to be jealous of? She wants my potential, not my person." He had read many people. So how could Lan Yu's thoughts be hidden from Su Yu? Lan Yu had only shown her affection for Su Yu because of his amazing strength and extraordinary potential. Recalling the first time he met this woman, she didn't look friendly at all. Su Yu had always kept a respectful distance from such a woman. That's true. Many men have been played by Lotus Meiyue. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Yen Changhong had a faint smile on her face. Su Yu shrugged. He didn't care. He probably wouldn't have anything to do with this woman anymore. At the foot of Taichou Mountain, Lan Yu walked down the mountain. Her delicate look was replaced by a cunning gleam in her eyes. So he really is a member of a small pavilion branch. Lan Yu muttered to herself. There was an indescribable sense of superiority in her tone. He must be from a small place. He probably hasn't seen much of the world. I can make him infatuated with me with just a little trick. If that's the case, there will be another fighter in the ancient dream altar. She swung her black hair behind her and left like a proud peacock. Dong! The soft voice traveled to the top of the mountain. The banquet officially began. The deputy pavilion head and 2 distinguished guests from other planets had arrived. Among them, one of the honored guests was the most special. His status seemed to be out of the ordinary. Not only did the pavilion masters revere him, they seemed to revere him even more than when they faced Pavilion Master, Su Yu, who was keenly aware of this, could not help but take a few glances at it. As he sized him up, Su Yu carefully discovered that this person bore some resemblance to Yixin. It was the same savage aura, the same silhouette, and the same charm. What was different was that this person's cultivation was terrifyingly high. That level of suppression had far surpassed the level of an overlord. Cabinet Master? Su Yu was surprised. Every cabinet master of the Star Pavilion had power close to the level of an overlord. The identity of the person in front of him was obvious. Could it be that among the honored guests, there were other cabinet masters of other planets? How could Pavilion Master, who of the Star Pavilion, keep his face? After 3 rounds of wine at the banquet, the deputy pavilion head solemnly introduced with a smile, "Let me introduce today's honored guest to everyone. He is one of the 13 heavenly stars of the central pavilion, the ravenous wolf star." Su Yu looked at Yen Changhong in confusion. He had never heard of the 13 heavenly stars. Yen Changhong whispered to him, "The 13 heavenly stars do not belong to the sequence of the Star Pavilion. They are the 13 great imperial guards of the chief pavilion master. Each of them has the strength of a pavilion master. The previous pavilion masters were also chosen from among them, without exception." Imperial guards? Su Yu had never heard of this. When the imperial guards are dispatched, it usually means that the chief pavilion master has important messages to convey to every pavilion branch master. Please listen patiently. After the introduction, the ravenous wolf star meticulously conveyed some orders. There was a lot of information, but Su Yu was only familiar with 1 or 2. One was that the area near the headquarters of the Star Pavilion had been very abnormal recently. A large number of beasts that had never appeared before had appeared, and the various pavilions were required to pay close attention and report any discoveries in time. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Was the appearance of the corpse-loving dog unusual? So much so that it alarmed the elusive chief pavilion master. Finally, it is about the ancient dream altar. The ravenous wolf star explained the rest of the matters first before mentioning this matter. He glanced around and said calmly, this year the Star Pavilion had 10 invitations, and 2 of them were given to the pavilions under Pavilion Master, whose jurisdiction. How commendable! According to the usual practice, out of 10 invitations, each Pavilion Master received 1, and it was up to him to decide which pavilion to give it to. Unsurprisingly, the extra card was usually obtained by the strongest sword-light pavilion branch. Only this year's invitation was extremely strange. The extra invitation was given to Pavilion Master, who instead of the sword pavilion branch. Apart from the Yinchuan pavilion branch, The other invitation was given to the Sword Pavilion branch, right? Why don't we invite the participants to step forward and have a look? Mu Songhai hesitated for a moment, then slowly stood up. Su Yu and Yen Chonghong naturally followed suit. The appearance of the three of them attracted countless jealous gazes. That was the ancient dream altar that had created the divine warriors of heaven and earth. In the sea of constellations, there was no ancient relic that was more full of opportunities than the ancient dream altar. Those who were able to enter were the most powerful pavilion branches under the pavilion chief. It would have been fine if it was the Yinchuan pavilion branch, but the Sword Pavilion branch had also received an invitation. They really couldn't understand it. All the pavilions present were stronger than the Sword Pavilion branch. So why did they choose the Sword Pavilion branch? The ravenous wolf, Star, looked at the three of them. His originally smiling expression gradually revealed a hint of suspicion. He said to the deputy pavilion master beside him, "Can I have a look at the information of the three of them?" The deputy pavilion master nodded and took out 3 jade scrolls. The ravenous wolf, Star, scanned them one by one. When he glanced at Mu Songhai, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that Mu Songhai, in his heyday, was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. When he glanced at Yen Chonghong, he nodded indifferently, reluctantly agreeing with her performance. When he glanced at the last jade scroll, he raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Martial potential value 1 star. Deputy Pavilion Master, can such a person really represent you in the ancient dream altar?" The Deputy Pavilion Master was embarrassed. A 1-star potential value was almost equal to 0. The martial potential value of everyone present would not be lower than 2 stars. Only Su Yu seemed to be out of place among the crowd, which was shocking. Su Yu frowned slightly. The reason why he was chosen to participate in the ancient dream altar was not because of his strength, but because he was proficient in the language of the foreign tribes. His aptitude in this aspect had already been clearly tested in the One Flower, One World, and the Jade Scrolls had a special description of it. However, the ravenous wolf Star had neglected this point and only mentioned Su Yu's martial potential value. Was it unintentional, or was it deliberate? The ravenous wolf Star put down the Jade Scroll and said earnestly, "The ancient dream altar is full of dangers. Although one can be honed inside, if the person chosen doesn't pass, his life will be in danger." He did not look at Su Yu, but said seriously, "I suggest that this person named Shui, you be removed from the list." The deputy pavilion master was put in a difficult position. The invitation letter was distributed to Pavilion Master Hu, and it was up to him to decide which Pavilion Master to distribute it to. What right did he, a mere deputy Pavilion Master, have to make the decision to change Pavilion Master Hu's decision? Seeing that he was in a difficult position, the ravenous wolf Star paused and said, "This is the first time that you have received 2 invitation letters in your jurisdiction. You should cherish them even more. Why don't I make an exception and use the privilege of the Imperial Guards to change Pavilion Master Hu's decision?" He took out a golden writing brush. Upon seeing the writing brush, the many pavilion masters prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted in awe, "Greetings, Chief Pavilion Master!" This was an item that the Chief Pavilion Master had distributed to the 13 Imperial Guards. Seeing this item was like seeing the Chief Pavilion Master himself. This item was not a powerful divine artifact, but a symbol of authority. By using this golden writing brush, the Imperial Guards had the power to correct any Pavilion Master's decision. The premise was that the Pavilion Master's decision had obviously harmed the interests of the Star Pavilion. Su Yu, whom Pavilion Master Hu had selected, had average strength and was not beneficial to the ancient dream altar. It was appropriate for him to use this privilege. If the Chief Pavilion Master knew about it, not only would he not punish him, he would even reward him. Mu Songhai's heart sank. He had a bad feeling about this. "May I ask, Imperial Guard Liao, what do you want to change? Is it to revoke the invitation qualifications of the Sword Pavilion branch?" "No." Pavilion Master Hu said, I want to revoke Shui Yu's qualifications. A person like him is useless in the team. It's better to replace him as soon as possible. I think the Bailing Pavilion branch is not bad. Why not? He wanted to revoke Su Yu's qualifications. Mu Tsunghai hurriedly said, "Wait. Imperial Guard Liao, please look into it." Although Deputy Pavilion Master Shui's martial potential value is not high, he is proficient in the language of the foreign tribes and has a potential of 3 stars. I believe you understand that being proficient in the language of the foreign tribes is highly valued in the Star Pavilion. He is not as incompetent as you said. Pavilion Master, who also saw this point, which is why he gave the invitation to the Sword Pavilion branch. The Ravenous Wolf Star smiled kindly, still using the golden writing brush to draw on the table in front of him. He said, "Pavilion Master Mu, there is no need to say more. Believe me, removing Shui Yu is good for the Sword Pavilion branch and for the Star Pavilion." No one had expected such a scene, which caused the atmosphere to become strange. Haha, is this retribution? He was arrogant just now, and now he is being slapped in the face by Imperial Guard Liao. TSK, who else could have their qualifications to participate in the ancient dream altar forcibly removed? In the end, Yi Shen has a powerful background. The Ravenous Wolf Star is his uncle. It seems that the Ravenous Wolf Star is here to punish Shui Yu on purpose. I believe this is just the beginning. I have a hunch that if Shui Yu's qualifications are removed and he stays at the headquarters, he may not be able to leave alive. The headquarters was the Ravenous Wolf Star's territory. With his status, he knew many people. It would be easy for him to kill Shui Yu quietly. No matter how muddle-headed Su Yu was, he knew that something was amiss. The Ravenous Wolf Star on the stage was clearly targeting him. It must be Yi Shen. Su Yu caught the flash of mockery in his eyes. After pondering for a while, Su Yu walked out of the crowd.